Director Casey, are you our only director online? Yeah, okay. Thank you for having your camera on. I appreciate that. It helps me sort through who's director and staff, so appreciate it. All right, everybody, welcome to our December board meeting. I want to give us a bit of a good start today. We have a really big agenda. And what I'd like to ask you all as we go through discussion is when you're getting into something that might be, debatable and you're a bit heated about it, let's work on using really kind language and ways to express how we're wanting to do something differently, but with kind language. And I don't say that because you're all mean. I say that because when we get heated and we're really passionate about our stuff, sometimes our language can be a little irritating, which doesn't get us to solutions. So just a friendly guidance for a great meeting today. And welcome to our Chiefs and City of Nelson rep. Hi, Keith. Okay, so I will start by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. And I'll call for adoption of the agenda, please. Hewitt, DeBoon, any edits or additions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you. Adoption of minutes from November. Thank you, Hunnegraaff, Hewitt. Any corrections? Seeing none, Paisley's good. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. CAO, you have a few introductions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, two additions to our community sustainability group. Camilla Blanc joins us as our community resilience coordinator, which is in the room. She replaces Donna Hitson, who left us for the City of Nelson a couple months ago. And then online, we have Zaina Singla, who replaces Sherry Mata as our senior energy specialist. So welcome to them both.
Thank you. Good to have you. And now we'll have a delegation. So we have Jenna and Andrew. You guys are there. Hi, Jenna. Do you want to check your sound?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
And is Anne sharing your presentation or are you guys going to share from there?
I can share. Just one.
Okay.
Yeah, just get.
Well, Jenna is doing that. I'll just let the board know this is our only delegation today. I will allow it to go. Hopefully we can get through it in about 30 minutes. We do have all the housing needs reports on the agenda, but the delegation will not be here during that time. So I'm going to give it a bit more time, but we do have a big agenda. So I'm not going to give it tons of time. Okay.
Okay.
All right, over to you, Jenna. Thank you.
Awesome. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you so much for having us this morning. We know that you have a packed agenda, so we'll try and be quick, but looking forward to the discussion this morning. We're super excited to be here today wrapping up the RDCK Housing Needs Report with this presentation. My name is Jenna Hildebrand. I work with Macola Development Services, and I'm joined this morning by Andrew Scallon-Dickey from Turner Drake and Partners, who's our data partner on this project. So for today's presentation, I'll begin by talking a little bit about the project and the actual report structure that you would have all received in your staff or in your board package. Andrew will discuss some of the key findings and I'll follow up with some recommendations. And we'll be sure to leave some time for questions and discussion as I know these are dense reports and I'm sure that there's some questions that folks have about the reports. So we're happy to answer those. So to begin, the Housing Needs Report Update Project is a partnership between the RDCK and 5 local municipalities. This includes Caslow, Nakusp, Salmo, Slocan, and Silverton. And as I previously noted, myself with Macola Developments and then Turner Drake have been working closely with RDCK staff as well as village staff on the reports throughout the duration of the project. So a little bit of information and background about housing needs reports. I'm sure these aren't, new to folks, and the RDCK completed one in 2020. But the province did begin to legislatively require local governments to complete housing needs reports in 2019. These requirements have changed or shifted a little bit in 2024 with some new legislation. So the old requirements required us to collect data on about 50 plus different housing indicators. This data had to be publicly displayed on the local government website. So if you look on the RDCK, you'll see the 2020 reports are on there. And you had to consider data when updating or amending OCPs and zoning bylaws. But there really was no kind of standardized methodology being used, and the data being analyzed was done quite differently across the province. So now the new reporting requirements have a more kind of standardized projection methodology. Andrew will talk a little bit about this in the key findings. There's required units calculations. We have statements about key areas of local need. You'll see those in the reports. Those are kind of at the beginning. And some of those areas include like seniors housing, for example, homelessness. Local governments must also now report on actions taken since the last housing needs report. So what work has been done, for example, in the RDCK and the villages since 2020 to address housing need. And they now must also, local governments must now also update their OCP and zoning bylaws to actually permit the number of housing units needed over 20 years. And this number is determined by the housing needs report method, which again, Andrew will speak to a bit more in the key findings. But there's, I would say, a little bit more kind of teeth to these reports now. Again, before it was just kind of you had to consider the data. Now you actually have to update your OCPs and bylaws to account for that growth. So the RDCK Housing Needs Report update kind of has 4 key components, and these would have been included again in your package. There's a regional summary report. This includes data and comparisons across the entire region, and the data that we're going to be speaking to today is from the overall regional summary report. There's village community profiles. These include specific data and interim or end reporting requirements for the 5 participating villages. There's an electoral area summary report. This includes electoral area specific data, and again, all the reporting requirements. And there's also an engagement summary report. And this summarizes the key findings from some staff surveys that we did, feedback from an electoral area directors meeting, and an engagement session that we had with some community organizations. So all 4 of these documents really do work in tandem to build a more kind of wholesome picture of housing across the RDCK. And we'd recommend that you kind of read all of them and take a look as they all kind of complement each other quite well. And I'll pass it off to Andrew now to go through some of the key findings.
Awesome. Thanks, Jenna. So I am Andrew Scanlon-Dickey, and I've been working as the data lead on these projects. And we've been working with Nicole for quite a few of these projects as well in the past and currently. And so we're just going to go through a couple slides of key findings. As Jenna alluded to, this is more so at a regional level. But if there's any questions regarding individual communities at the end of the presentation, I'm more than happy to do my best to answer those. So starting off, one of the the topics that's talked about the most is often population growth. And so the RDCK's total population grew by about 5% between 2016 and 2021, these years being the last 2 most recent census periods. And at the same time, this was complemented by a total household growth of 6%. So households being those units of people that the population make up. Looking ahead, the region is anticipated to continue expanding over the next 2 decades. And by next 2 decades, we mean from 2021 to 2041. And like historically, growth could be primarily among senior populations, those 65 or older. But increases should also occur among the 25 to 44 age group, signaling that there is also potential growth in younger families and working age adults. But what does that truly translate to in terms of total numbers and growth? Well, by 2041, the total population may reach 81,845 people across the entirety of the regional district, being the totality of the municipalities and the electoral areas. And total households may reach 37,970. These are increases of about 17,000 and nearly 17,000 people and nearly 10,000 households, or a growth of 26% and 35% respectively over those 20 years. It's important to note, if you can go back a slide. So for those of you who are familiar with the census profiles for the regional district, as well as the municipalities and electoral areas, specifically for the regional district itself, in 2021 in this chart, we have it as 64,705, whereas the census itself reports it as being 62,500. The reason why there is a difference between the 2 numbers is that we use data that's provided by the BC government, being estimates back to about 2001, and as well as projections out towards 2046. And these estimates provided by the BC government are actually tied to Statistics Canada estimates. And what these estimates are actually post-census adjustments that are asking, okay, how many people might not have responded to the census when it was released? And so once those estimates or those adjustments are done, often we find that the populations may actually be larger than what were reported at the time. Just as a reference for that, this is more so something that occurs with municipalities. So this population growth, it makes up a considerable portion of the housing need calculations that we'll be discussing in a few slides. So what does it mean when population is growing? Well, oftentimes this corresponds with an increase in housing demand. If demand grows at a faster pace than supply, among other factors, it is typical to experience elevated growth in the price of housing. With that in mind, between 2019 and 2022, the median home sale price in the RDCK overall, including municipalities and electoral areas, rose approximately 54%, reaching about $550,000 in 2022. Unfortunately, house prices are growing much faster than incomes, and so too in many ways rent prices are as well. And so this is pushing housing, particularly home ownership, further out of reach for many residents, and especially those without accumulated equity, like first-time homebuyers. But what does that look like? So the next slide. One way to illustrate the change in the attainability of housing is the chart you see in front of you. What it shows is the estimated percent of dwellings that were sold in a given year that were affordable at different income levels, using a handful of mortgage assumptions and also using CMHC's 30% affordability threshold. And so more specifically, let's say we take a look at a household income of $100,000. In 2017, about 60% of dwellings sold in that year were priced affordably for that income, versus only 13% in 2022. So decreases to attainability have been substantial across each of those defined income levels, with truly those with the highest incomes being the most able to afford housing. Next slide. So in 2021, about 11% of households in the RDCK were deemed as being in core housing need. This metric is one of the most commonly used methods that we have in Canada of illustrating a community's housing vulnerability, and means that a household lived in a home that was unaffordable, overcrowded, and or required major repair at the time, and that no alternatives that met those criteria existed at the market at the time. Renters generally face even greater challenges than the average, with about 23% in core housing need in 2021. Furthermore, approximately 19% of households earned very low or low incomes, leaving them especially vulnerable to sudden cost increases. If we consider only the electoral areas, so separating municipalities and electoral areas, about 18% of households lived in core housing need, or 35% of renter households. So in other words, rural residents overall fare better for housing outcomes, but rural renters specifically do not. Next slide. If we break the core housing need metric out by its criteria for the RDCK overall, the following chart is what you get. And what it shows is that regional households are disproportionately affected by unaffordability, especially renter households. So if looking at the chart, the blue columns, specifically for unaffordable dwellings, indicates that about 16% of households lived in a home that was deemed unaffordable based off of their overall household income. And this is about 4,380 households across the region. Unaffordable circumstances are often tied to other issues. So if you do not have the financial capacity to pay for your shelter, or you're having a difficult time to pay for said shelter, there's a higher likelihood you may not be able to update your dwelling, so it will go long periods without repair, or that you will occupy a smaller space because it is less expensive, which increases the likelihood of overcrowding. Another metric used in these H&Rs is the extreme core housing need data point. This modifies the definition of core housing need to examine if a household spends more than 50% of their income on shelter, not the 30% that is typically collected. This is a way to identify even more granularly how many households, in this case 3% of households or 860 overall, face severe housing vulnerability. So, as mentioned, a big element or a large element of these interim housing need updates is the calculation or determination of housing demand over the next 20 years. And so, very briefly, looking ahead, the RDCK overall is projected to require about 15,265 new homes regionally by 2041 to address current imbalances, meet projected demand, and also accommodate a buffer to restore affordability and just balance between supply and demand over the long term. But the question is, how is this done? So the new interim reporting requirements that involve estimating the demand for housing units over the next 5 and 20 years was introduced in June 2024 of this year. It's important to note that this methodology is a heavily prescribed methodology. The data is pretty much the data sources are broadly applied across all communities, and so if the calculations are produced by consultants, governments, or persons in the public, generally the results should all be about the same, within obviously rounding errors. The calculations themselves take into consideration three main factors, one being current demand, so the immediate need for housing, or more so the representation of what housing we haven't built historically. Projected demand being the anticipated growth of a community and how might that impact the growth of demand for housing units. And then lastly, the demand buffer. And this is a calculation done by the BC government that is specifically applied to municipalities and not electoral areas. And what it is a calculation of additional units required to improve affordability, not only to address the units needed to address a shortage or incoming populations, but more so directed at pushing it even more to improve affordability and restore balance to a housing market to previous levels of affordability. Again, the methodology is a broad standardized approach that's intended to be applied to all municipalities and electoral areas of BC as equally as possible. This means that all communities generally use the same broadly available data. It's also important to note that the data is centered around 2021 as the base year. And this is because much of the data used comes from the census. And so the 5 and 20-year projections are based on that year. So as I mentioned before, the 20-year projection is 2041. Furthermore, while the methodology is for projected housing demand, the final result does not represent what the region or a community needs to build over the next 2 decades. Rather, what it represents more clearly is what capacity should be planned for in community plans and land use bylaws to accommodate this projection in the chance that the scenario does occur. So what does this look like from a community standpoint? To get the total regional demand, we added all individual community results together. And so a summary of these individual results are in the chart, and you see all the municipalities and all the electoral areas. In total, the municipalities are expected to make up about 8,081 of the potential units demanded, whereas the electoral areas could make up about 7,183 units, totaling about 15,265 units as mentioned previously. So in addition to the prescribed calculations, an exercise we like to do is produce internal estimates that distribute housing demand across 3 price categories and as well dwelling unit size. And so these 3 price categories are market priced housing, affordable or below market housing, and deeply affordable housing. Affordable or below market housing is, let's say, rent geared to income. It could be co-ops, community land trusts, or units that are, let's say, funded by CMHC that are offered at below market prices. Whereas deeply affordable housing is housing that is tied to levels of income assistance. So by 2041, projections suggest that demand could be accommodated by 66% of units being market housing, which leaves the remainder as ideally met by affordable and deeply affordable units. Note that the estimates are not meant to be exact, but instead to provide a general guide for prioritizing efforts across different housing forms, and also for prioritizing efforts in regards to advocacy. And so with that, I will pass it back to Jenna.
Great. Thanks, Andrew. I'm always impressed how you can make that data seem much more digestible. So I'm sure some of the data presented can seem a bit daunting or a bit, doom and gloom, but there is really a lot that the RDCK can do and its partners to address the housing need identified in the report. So things like continuing education advocacy efforts, the regional district and its partners really can play a key role in building awareness of the need and acceptance of new housing among residents. And you can continue to coordinate and collectively build on incentives, regulations, advocacy, and education initiatives. There's also an opportunity to continue to promote and protect affordability in the market. So I think just based off this data, it is really clear that, the RDCK is facing escalating housing pressures and rising housing costs. Additional rental options will not simply solve the affordability concerns, but by expanding available stocks, the market can alleviate some immediate concerns for some of those priority populations, like seniors hoping to downsize, single income households, and families that currently can't find units that meet their needs. There's also more opportunities to work with partners to expand non-market affordable housing options. It can be difficult to build and support non-market options in rural areas, but these are really critical to providing stable and appropriate options for many residents in the RDCK. Most of those non-market units will still likely continue to be in municipalities, but the regional district can support applications, coordinate land acquisitions, and even provide support through capacity and expertise. And I do also want to note that regional districts can also actually support and fund non-market housing development through a regional housing service bylaw. In communities without significant private housing development, it's hard to build up an affordable housing reserve. This is one tool that you can use. There's different regional districts across the province that have implemented this, and I do think it is a tool that is very effective for leveraging some of those funds. And encouraging densification in serviced areas. We heard through a number of our engagements that servicing and infrastructure maintenance are really a consistent challenge in rural areas that result in increasing costs for existing properties as well as for future developments as well. So looking at opportunities to densify through secondary suites, for example, or accessory dwelling units should be encouraged. And also thinking about kind of growth management planning or regional growth strategy will also be an effective way to address some of these servicing challenges. And I just want to finish off by just saying that, the RDCK is doing a ton of great work already. You have your housing action plan. There's work around the complete community. So yeah, just want to say that there's great work happening. Of course, more can always be done. But yeah, want to end off on a positive note. So thanks so much for giving us the time this morning, and we'll open it up for questions.
Thanks, Jenna. If you can stop sharing the screen, it does help me. Thank you so much. Now I can see Dr. Paisley and Corey and you and Andrew. Great. So we do have a speakers list. Lockwood as well, please. So we'll start with Jackman, Popoff, Newell, Lockwood, and go from there. Hewitt. Oh, no, Maine. Thank you. We changed our seats, so we're a little confused over here. Thank you, Jackman. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. To be honest, I didn't read every page of all the documentation yet. Just was too much reading. However, I'm going to ask my question, then I'm going to give you 1 minute of why I asked the question, then I'm going to ask the question again. My question: how to better understand who is coming here so we can improve these projections. Why do I ask that? Populations based on birth, death, and mobility of people, migration. I don't believe that the actual or historical growth numbers have been taken into account here because something major has changed. Two major things have changed. And so all the projected growth numbers I see is not meaningful. What I've seen in the past looking at taxation is a lead lag effect. We will see prices and values in Nelson go up for a year, and then we'll see prices in G, H, SAMO, EF go up. Not because there's more people, but because Nelson became unaffordable relative to the rural, and people voluntarily shifted their eyes to a different market. We're compounding that now with something completely new, and that is who is coming in. Why are they coming here? I see a lot of people who previously accepted 1 hour plus daily commute to work. Got nothing wrong with that. If you're in Vancouver, you get to and from to work in an affordable house in 1 hour a day, you were in Shangri-La. I did not experience that in my 19 years down in the coast. However, we're also seeing people shifting to work from home. And those people may not want to cluster and pile themselves up on each other. They might actually want a backyard. Those two shifts in what we see of who's coming here or why they're coming here override all of these projections. All the good data from Stats Canada and BC Stats are meaningless. If you look at how many people moved to Area A, huge increase after years of decrease, because Area A became desirable for lifestyle and it fit to work at home. And the land was affordable. The little old houses were affordable. Yet you put future projections for Area A well below other areas. I do not believe Nelson's going to accommodate 3,000 more houses. I do believe Crestang and Castlegar will. They're a different lay of the land. I believe E, F, G, and H are going to provide the 3,000 houses, not Nelson, plus more. So going back to the question, how can we better understand who is coming here and why, so we can improve these projections? Because I don't want to sit on this as a 5-year projection when I don't trust the extrapolation of historical data.
Thanks, Dr. Jackman. Jenna or Andrew?
Sure. Yeah. So understanding who's coming into individual communities is unfortunately a very difficult thing to quantify, and StatCan really only provides that data at the regional level. So we do have information about generally where folks are coming from outside the province, or from within the province, outside the province, or internationally, as well as compared to those births and death rates, as you were mentioning. But how they interact between adjacent communities, that's unfortunately a relatively large gap in the data. And we can get some information about that through the census, but yet again, the census is 2021, as you alluded to, and so a lot of changes have happened since then. And in many ways, yeah, you are right. The relationships between specific municipalities and their adjacent communities are very highly linked, and so the prices in an adjacent electoral area would be more so related to, let's say, Nelson than it would necessarily Castlegar or the smaller municipalities. And so for the projections themselves, I understand the hesitation and the hesitation of seeing these as accurate and moving forward with these. But a couple of things come to mind when looking at these. One, as mentioned, these aren't necessarily an idea of what we need to build. So you aren't evaluated on what's being built in communities. You're being evaluated on your ability to plan for the potential of this many units to be in communities. The requirement to plan for zoning itself is specific to the municipalities and not the electoral areas. That said, the electoral areas, it is a good idea to do so because that is just generally good planning practice. An important item also to mention as part of the methodology for the housing units demanded is that when calculating the unit demand, or at least future growth demand, for electoral areas, what the broad stroke methodology, again, is a broad stroke. It's meant to apply to all of BC, and with that, there's going to be things that don't work for specific communities and work better for others. But what it does, it uses the anticipated regional growth projections and applies those to the electoral areas themselves. So let's say area H, its anticipated growth or demand for growth over the next 20 years is directly tied to what the growth is anticipated to be for the regional district overall. So in some cases, it's overshooting. In other cases, it'd be undershooting. The last thing
we have 6 more questions and we're at time, but I'm not going to stop it. But I'm going to ask that we're a little more succinct, and I do apologize. Your delegation space is probably not the greatest place to receive such a hefty document. But if you're okay, can I move to the next speakers? And as we go,
of course. Yep.
Okay, so that was more than 5 minutes for one question. So I just want us to all work together. And if we need to, we're going to refer this and come back to it in another time. We do have it later on in the agenda. Okay, so I don't mean to cut it short. We got 1,000+ pages to get through.
That's okay.
Thank you for your understanding, everybody. So Jackman, if we need to come back to that question, we will during the business portion.
I think I've heard enough for now that we need to do more work.
Thank you. Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I will not go on about my views on everything else. I'll just ask specific questions. And it's going to be geared towards rural areas. And you did mention Area H, and I'm the director for Area H. And I take a look at, and I'll use Area H as the specific example. A lot of the land is in the ALR. That presents a challenge in increasing the housing needs. And the other challenge that we have is our subdivision bylaw, which is for land that's not in the ALR, but we have the size of lots that we can create within that subdivision. And within that subdivision, servicing is a problem. Water and sewer, or actually I wouldn't say sewer, water and septic. So have you looked, I didn't read the full report, it's a lengthy report or whatever, but have you got some suggestions or recommendations how we can overcome those challenges?
Yeah, so in the report or the calculations, they don't take those things into consideration specifically. Again, broad stroke approach. However, as part of the requirements for electoral areas, you aren't necessarily required to make sure you have that zoning capacity. And I think one of the reasons why that is that the provincial government recognizes that there are those restrictions, ALR, lack of sewer and water, et cetera. So it becomes more of a regional approach to addressing that demand, not necessarily in one electoral area, but how might it be best to distribute it across electoral areas, or even figure it out in terms of relationships with the municipalities.
You, Newell.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I represent electoral area F. My name is Tom Newell. On the graph or chart, distribution of demand, I found a glimmer of hope in that the greatest demand for subsidized housing at 64% is for 0 to 1 bedrooms, which are the least expensive and perhaps the easiest to accommodate. Do you have any comment on that comment I just made?
Yeah, so I think my comment is more so related to the methodology for that. So when we produced those numbers, there were 2 approaches taken. When we were looking at market housing, what we did was look at recent trends related to market preferences for housing. So what size of housing are folks wanting to live in? When looking at non-market housing, so affordable and deeply affordable, the question more so became a matter of like, what is the amount of housing folks need spatially? So it's tied more to national occupancy standards. And this is a methodology that's been used by other communities as well, and also through work by UBC and their HEART program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lockwood.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I had sent in, so everybody knows, I had sent in a late email to Corey last night with some of my concerns, and I just want to, and I will send out what was sent to me for a response, so we don't have to go over it right now. But I wanted to just add that when we use exaggerated numbers, as the government already has, because that's what I hear where you guys got the numbers, so I appreciate that clarification. As municipalities, we get a small community grant, and we actually have to go on actuals on Stats Canada, not on what they project that we have living in our communities. So when they say that we have more people living in our communities, and we put that in a report, then they're gonna come back to us and say that, yeah, you have to. It's already been proven that they're mandating local government to do more and more things. That's a concern of mine. The Village of Samo has already gone through that with a report that we received in 2022 over something else. And we were told, oh yeah, you guys accepted the report, even though we knew it was wrong information. And now it's biting us in the rear end. So I'm concerned about these, why we're not using, when it says we're using Stats Canada, or when somebody looks up Stats Canada and they see that Samo has 1,140, and last year, or in 2016, it said 1,141, and we are way above those numbers because the estimates are 1,170, and the actuals for connections and that are wrong. I am very concerned that this report will get put out there for all of our communities to see. And when they start digging into it, as we know, we have community members that dig into stuff very closely, that we will not have the right data. And that is our job, I feel, is to make sure that we're putting out that right data. So I appreciate all the information, but I do want to say that Samo does not accept this report and does not want Samo to be, I know it's January 1st, but what is the BC government gonna say? They're gonna fine us. So I would like Samo not to be added in the report for distribution at this point. Thank you.
Thanks. So Director Lockwood, a couple things. First of all, this is on our agenda later on for the business component. So let's try and focus on questions for the delegation. I also want to let you know, I've already said no to further speakers because we will be an hour here. We are planning a workshop in 2025 specifically to go through this. When we get to the business component, we can talk business. We can talk about, are we posting these and accepting them? Are we moving on? We can take options then. But let's focus on questions to the delegation at this time. I apologize to Weatherhead and Page. No questions can be added at this time, but we'll make sure you're on the list when we get to the business item. So Hewitt.
No, I was just directing your eyes to direct Maine.
Sorry, that's right. Maine, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so given your statements, I will make this very brief and skip my introduction and go right to the meat of it. This study, the parameters of this study were determined from an entirely urban perspective and do not address any of the issues of rural communities, rural households, and or small communities of 10,000 and under. The data provided is so inaccurate, the demographics are inaccurate, and it all points to me to the need for advocacy to the provincial government that is pushing things down our throat that don't even match what our communities are. I'll leave it there. And I wanted Macaulay to hear that, acknowledging that they were working within external parameters.
Thank you. Andrew, go ahead. I see you unmuted.
Yeah, I just want to clarify just on the data sources, and I recognize the frustration when it comes to rural data. We do come across a fair amount of issues regard to suppression, particularly for small communities. That comment might be related back to a previous meeting where I may have misspoken. And so that 10,000 person threshold is specifically related to CMHC data regarding rentals. So anything below that threshold, we just won't have data regarding rental information. So rents, vacancies, etc. Whereas the census is actually quite not equal per se, but it's quite representative across all communities. The big hindrance being the smaller the community, usually sub, let's say 500, just off the top of my head, you start to run into more of those suppression issues where they don't want to identify any individuals. And so they either suppress the data or round the data to the closest 5 or 10. And so the smaller the community, that rounding can cause more issues in terms of trends. But yeah, I just want to clarify on that. Generally, StatCan it is the best information we have, and yes, the external parameters, it is the information we need to use. But its methodology is quite different than what's used by CMHC.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Jenna, go ahead.
Just gonna have one comment to that. Absolutely recognize that this is not a perfect method, and it does, I would say, lean towards working better with large municipalities. That being said, these are done every 5 years because we know that these projections are not correct. Again, 5 years is a long time, but it does allow us to go back and check. And again, this was a bit of a quicker process because of the deadline in January. When you do a larger housing needs report next time, there can be the opportunity for more engagement and some of that qualitative data to come in and play a little bit of a larger role to course or to align with or kind of speak to some of the challenges with the quantitative data as well.
Thanks, Jenna. So bear with me for 1 minute to our delegation. I would like to get just a nod of heads. I'd like to propose something. Let's continue this discussion because we have the delegation here. The business itself, I'm going to recommend we refer to next month. So that's how we'll trade the time out. And I will happily wear that they want it by January 1st. It's not acceptable is what I'm hearing. So nod of head, do you want to continue and be able to ask the delegation questions? We won't focus so much on the business of it today. And if not, we'll stop now and we'll just end the delegation. So let's continue the questions. I did Page, Weatherhead, and Lund. So we can keep that going. I will not go past 10 o'clock though, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and speak because I was on the list as well. I think it's really great to know when I first read these, the notion of how much we had to create. And I live in an area with 24 unincorporated communities. Only one of them has zoning. No water, fires like 20% of the whole geography. So the notion of creating housing was like, it was just overwhelming. So I think that was part of my experience myself in reading these reports is how can we also do this? We can't even provide water to everybody. So I'm grateful to hear that the expectation is that our planning documents and our zoning builds this in, that's the primary expectation. That I can handle. I'd love for our planning to get caught up. So great, let's do that. What I want to note is that I do have great concerns that local government is being put in the position of dealing with a for-profit market issue. And this is where my question to the delegation is going to come. When you look at the rural areas, 81% increase in housing prices in less than 4 years. That is a significant stat. That is not a responsibility we can take on. It's actually subsidizing a for-profit market from a building perspective. But what it does tell me, and I'm getting to my question, is that the areas that experience that have two other factors that are really important stats. One, the unzoned, unregulated areas are the ones seeing these high increases. Number two, they're also the ones seeing the greatest rates of low income. They're also, third stat that I found was that it's also where our primary residents that don't, or owners that are not residents are residing. So my question to the delegation is, do you see this pattern in your other housing needs report where unregulated land or lack of land use planning combined with the new kind of let's live in the wilds but not actually live there? I'm trying to say that nicely. Do you see that pattern occurring in other places?
Short answer, yes. And it's a multitude of factors, and that includes the ones that you've mentioned. A big thing is the pandemic wasn't kind to all of us, but when you look about to rural housing in particular, the movement of folks to the rural areas who wanted that different form of lifestyle, one, that added demand. Two, the rural nature of living, just generally being in nature, that also adds an additional group of folks or a group of demand being recreational properties. So you have much more, particularly in recent years, folks who are competing with each other and thus driving those prices upwards. And that's not something that we're only seeing in the RDCK. It's something we're seeing across BC and other communities, and then also all the way across the country in Atlantic Canada. It's an unfortunate trend. And while we Also important to note too, with a lot of these rural communities, and as you mentioned, the lower incomes that are reported in these, that is also a trend that we see in many. Oftentimes, it's actually also associated with these rural properties being owned for long periods of time, and so a lot of those low incomes are reported of those who are retired or aren't earning employment income. So a big issue that we see on that end is for those who don't have savings or investments. The issue isn't necessarily accessing housing in those communities; it's the addition of not being able to maintain their housing in those communities. So that was just the additional point I want to put on there. I'm not sure if Jenna has another thing to add.
No, I think that adds it. I think it kind of plays with some of that advocacy efforts. There is some of these challenges that are absolutely out of control of the local government, and so I think that's where you can kind of point to some of these statistics and say, where this is what we're dealing with, and this is not a lever that we have in our toolbox to be able to address. So how can we work together to navigate or mitigate some of these challenges?
Thank you, Jenna. So I'm going to keep going through the speakers list. As your chair, I've noted some advocacy pieces that I'll work with the table to talk about when we get to the business. Director Page.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to see us work on some of those federal advocacy pieces that impact, access to debt and pieces that are driving this acquisition and this consolidation of owned properties among the owner class, for lack of a better term. If there's real federal issues going on there as far as the country goes. We look at a number of 3,000 for Nelson over 20 years, and we kind of say, how could that even happen? And I think when we see the impacts, it's good to plan out to understand what the drivers in the past have been in terms of the number of people who figured it out. I think when we talk about sub-regional, when we talk about E and F and Nelson, we're working together to understand those group numbers, those lines of, does the boundary shift? Do we make investments in servicing? Is it fluid that's growing? Is it North Shore that's growing? Those probably fuzz away in terms of understanding which specific pocket it goes into, but how we work together to address that. The other piece there is with such a big number, such a large amount of pressure, and obviously the graph is shocking on how much $100,000 income could take up for housing in 2017 and 2021, and the whole graph there. In Nelson right now, between the 55 units of non-market housing proposed at Bell Street, the 50 units proposed at Front Street, the emergency shelter, 28 units just coming online on North Shore Inn, the 380 units proposed at the golf course with secondary suites, and the 80 potential units to 120 potential units on Trevor Street that was just announced, and the proposed cost C estimate done for a library building in front of City Hall with another 50 units. That's pushing us up in the 800-900s already conceived of. And so the challenge there is how much our land use planning and our planning in general, both as a city and as a group, protects people in various income levels through non-market purpose-built rentals that are available to the workforce. So as much as the pressure of all these people coming and enjoying this beautiful area is hard to deal with, it's how we deal in an environment, in a hybrid environment to planning, where it's not just the private market that gets serviced with housing, and we're not creating all of these tragic stories because we don't have the planning in place to put something in place that they can have a head of the roof over their head. That's my only comment.
Okay. So it wasn't necessarily for the donation, just noting regional planning approaches, which is fine. Weatherhead, I've lost it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a time getting used to where people are. Weatherhead, please.
Thank you. My question is just around wondering how the infrastructure in place in the rural area like Area K and Village of Nikas in terms of our roadways, our emergency situation during wildfires, and how when we've had a population that has been stabilized for so very, very long, everything being built around the size that it is, or being accommodating the size that it is, regionally, I can't see how regionally we can, other than through zoning, I guess is the only thing, but it's just, those things aren't going to change, so I just don't see how it would even hold that population growth adequately without creating, for the low population in that area, it would price us out. It would be astronomically expensive for taxpayers in our region. So it's really hard to conceptualize these numbers as being even realistic at this point in time.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we've heard that with other communities as well. As was mentioned previously, or just anyways, the approach is purely for the zoning, and so it is very much kind of a one approach sort of side to the material that we're providing to you. And so the conversation about amenities, services, road infrastructure, all that, that isn't involved in the calculations. That said, I think it's a good opportunity to look at the numbers and where they're coming from as a source for the advocacy work going forward, if there is any infrastructure funding that you're looking for. Specifically, these numbers or these calculations or results come directly from the province. And so these numbers for these communities where there's anticipated for large demand over the next 20 years, there's the ability to reference the province to themselves in looking for funding or looking for aid as part of advocacy work. So, and I see Corey has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Thank you through the chair. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good. Thank you for checking.
Great. I just wanted to tack on to Andrew's response there that I think that these comments, and it ties back to Director Popoff's comments as well, really points to the importance of considering the recommendations in these reports, which are tied to having this more coordinated approach to regional growth, as well as focusing new development and new growth in already serviced areas. So the requirement to pre-zone for the projected densities or growth that we see is a requirement for municipalities. In the electoral areas, that requirement isn't there. While it's seen as a best practice, I think that we need to have those other pieces in place around, a coordinated regional approach to planning, as well as a better understanding of those services in the areas and how they can accommodate growth before we endeavor to try and pre-zone in those rural areas where that understanding might be a little bit limited. So I just wanted to tack that on to Andrew's response, just to help contextualize things in that more regional perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. So we have two more speakers, and then we're going to say thank you to our delegation. So Len and then McLaren Coe.
Sure. So I represent the village of Spokane. We received our report on Monday, and I just wanted to feedback our appreciation for the work in here. I'm totally understanding that data is tricky in rural and small areas. This does provide a baseline and a snapshot in terms of growth and housing. The other piece I wanted to mention as well is, and potentially a question, is in terms of provincial programming. There's significant, there's data here that the housing stock that is available in housing markets in where there's low income levels, the challenge is maintaining those homes. So I think that's another piece of advocacy we could look at with the province in terms of maintenance of existing stock in low income areas. The question would be, are you aware of any program for that type of work?
Are you talking about specifically like units that are already operated by non-market housing operators?
No, just general housing stock, potentially private rental stock that's not necessarily suitable, but could be.
I think most of the programs right now are more kind of around like retrofitting. There are some potentially around sort of updating kind of like heating sources, like through heat pumps and things. But I wouldn't say there's necessarily necessarily maintenance programs. There is also the Rental Protection Fund, which is a new fund by the province, which basically works with kind of nonprofit operators in the community to help with kind of acquisitions of existing rental buildings that may be at risk of being lost in the community. So that's another program that not necessarily a maintenance piece, but can allow for existing rental stock, affordable rental stock, to maintain in the non-market sector, as opposed to being sold to a developer, for example. So those are two. They're not perfect programs, I would say, but those are two programs you could potentially look to in terms of retrofits, and then keeping stock, affordable rental stock in the market.
Thanks, Jenna. McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be super quick. Just on that note about the Rental Protection Fund, I know that we've been advocating for, at least at the Village of Macasp, we've been advocating for lowering the threshold, because the threshold is 5 for small communities, and many of our small communities don't even have buildings that have 5 units in them.
Yeah.
My questions were two quick questions. One, if RDCK does not, if we refer this to January, do the municipalities that have accepted that still counts? Maybe that's through staff.
Can we deal with that one in the business component? Thanks.
My other question is, for Village of Macasp, for example, that I represent, the average units per year that we need over 5 and 20 years respectively is about 29 and 15. And I think our busiest year ever was 19 building permits, and that was far and above the average. So how does that reflect? Like, if we don't actually build 28 units per year, how is that reflected in the ongoing housing needs if the housing units stay relatively stagnant?
Yeah, so you aren't evaluated on how much you actually build over the next few years. If that's what the question was more so related to, the biggest thing is just, do you have the capacity to build those units if all conditions were to allow for them to be built? So let's say construction and labor was affordable, there was a market demand for those units, and the zoning was available for it, then you would be able to build the 25, I believe you said, is the average. So to some, the biggest element is making sure you have enough capacity for it, at least for the next 20 years. And then when we revisit these housing needs reports, the next one will be required in 2028. The intent is to revisit the calculations during a closer to a census period, and also in different market conditions, and then doing a course correction. So this is what we anticipate now for the next 20 years, but that might be a different expectation in 3 years' time when we redo the calculation with new data. And that might be that there's an anticipation of need for more. It could be an anticipation for less. But as part of planning processes, it's about kind of making those adjustments, course correcting, and just doing what's best to be prepared if that eventuality may occur.
Thanks, Andrew. So thank you so much for your time. I want to acknowledge that you were following the methodology that was prescribed for this. It was very specific, and also that you had a timeline that was very quick, and you're also working in a regional district that has predominantly rural areas that change how that data can be used effectively. So I just want to acknowledge that you did great trying to pull this all together. You did pull it all together. And thank you for your time. I look forward to when we can have a workshop with you and we can drill down deeper into this very important issue. So happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here.
Thanks all.
Feel free to stick around. You're welcome to stay.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, directors, thanks for that. We are going to keep going on the agenda. Item 3, committees and commissions for information. Those were just received. We've got them there for your information. With recommendations, 3.2.1, Roseberry Parkland and Trails.
Yeah, I will move that recommendation that the board appoint the following individual to Roseberry Parkland and Trails Commission for a term to end in December 31st, 2026 as Richard Allen.
Second, thank you, Maine. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And the next one, go ahead, Papa.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation for the payment of the following grants from Recreation Commission number 6, which is New Denver, Silverton, and Area H, and that the amounts and the grants are listed in there.
Thank you. Second main discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And you have a second motion?
Yeah, and I'll have the last recommendation here that the board appoint the following individuals to Area H, New Denver, Silverton, Spokane Lake Recreation number 6, which is Richard Johnson with alternate Tyler Austin Bradley and Erica McKeel and alternate Angela Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, keep going.
Might as well keep going. And the other recommendation is the appointment of the following individuals to the Winland Regional Nature Park Commission. Appointments for a term to end in December 31st, 2026 is Craig Lawrence, Lois Lawrence, Kyla Ellis, and Annie Roche.
Thank you. Thanks. None. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Salmon Energy Rec Commission. Cunningham or Lockwood?
That the board appoint the following individuals to the Salmon Area G Rec Commission number 7 for term to end December 31st, 2026. Margaret McDonald, Andrew Ellis, both from Salmon, Ian McGinnis, and Cindy Spratt, both from Area G.
Thank you. Do you second that, Director Cunningham? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. North Kootenai Lake, 3.2.5. Director Hewitt, do you want to take that one?
Yes, can they be moved as a block? Or do they have to?
It's just directions. Yeah, you can do those as a block. Thank you.
All right, move both of the recommendations that the board directs staff to prepare an amendment bylaw for Caslo and portion of electoral area D library financial aid service bylaw 790/1990 to increase the requisition limit by 25%, and similarly the county Caslo and village of Caslo emergency response jaws of life local service establishment bylaw 1340/1998 to increase the requisition limit by 25%.
Thank you. I'll second that. And I'll just make a quick comment, noting that this is a really good example. I think in our water services, it came up. This is a bylaw increase. This is not the exact same as we're increasing taxation by 25%. This just gives us more room because we're close to the ceiling. But just as an FYI, when you increase bylaw limits, you're not automatically taxing 25%.
And this is per participants only weighted, so.
All those in favor? You're not a participant, are you? We'll take Preston taxation, sure, that'd be great. Any opposed? We opposed? We're good, okay, thank you. Water Services Committee.
Chair, can I move the first 6 recommendations as a block?
Their third content on bylaws, can you read those as a block? I don't think we can on bylaws.
Yeah, through the chair, if for any reason you needed to rescind third reading, it makes it very difficult if you're just going to do one bylaw. So I would move them individually.
Okay, well, and as the chair said, these are only raising the limits. They are not increasing the demand on the users, which isn't a tax, it's a fee. Just to be clear, it's not raising taxation, it's a fee for the users to use the water. So I'll move the first recommendation, which is the Sanka Creek water distribution, the bylaw.
Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I do appreciate if you can short form the motion.
Yes, okay. Bow for first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
Duhamel Water Service Establishment. Oh, Jasper. Okay.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Burton Water Service Establishment bylaw, first, second, and third.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Riandel or Ryandel Water Supply Distribution.
I will second Riandel, named after Count Riandel.
Yeah.
It's Riandel. Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And the Woodbury Water Service Establishment, first, second, and third.
Thank you. Well, that's me. I'll second. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor?
Thank you. And this, the final resolution in this from the Water Services Committee has to do with the staffing, so I'll read it in a little more detail. That the board increase the Water West operations staffing FTE from, as seen, 3.28 to 3.44 by the addition of these things and changing this around on the rate report from Alex. I'll move that.
Thank you. Seconding Vandenberg?
Sure, question.
Go ahead.
Just for clarity, because I don't know, is there a specific service that this is attached to?
Allocated out by water service.
Which is S what?
All
Sure,
over.
maybe Uli can speak to it, but it's
Uli.
basically based on hours to the water system, so they charge out their time to the water systems they work on.
What service does this apply to?
The wages generally are distributed over all of the water systems in the individual budgets. Then there is an administrative portion that is not field time, that the operators don't directly allocate to a water system. That is landing in A103, the allocation service, and this end of year distributed out to these water systems. The water systems we are talking about in this specific case are the Western Central, as we call it, water systems. That would be everything but Ryaldale, Sanka, Vista, Erickson, and Arrow Creek. So all the water systems that are not in area A, B, C, and Town Crystal.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I just want to double check. Casely is still, Director Casely, thank you so much for leaving your camera on. I'm just making sure I'm not missing any other directors. Director Davidoff has not joined us, so. Okay. Crescent Valley Services Committee. Boone, go ahead.
Okay, start with the first one. At the 2024 financial plan, amend recreation facility, Crescent areas A, B, and C, service as 224 to allocate up to $5,000 to support the Christmas parade expenses. The Christmas parade was a very big success with 60 floats.
Second.
Sorry,
Oh,
move your
13
motion and then request a second, and then if you want to
Second.
speak to it, you
Yeah.
can.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say it was very successful. It was larger than it ever has been. It was 60 floats this year, well attended. The plan with the organizers is to make it even a larger event to draw people out of towns as far away as Nelson to come to see our Christmas parade.
Thank you.
And the cost.
Okay, no crosstalk. It means people online can't hear you. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Your next one, and you do not have to read the motions verbatim. You can just do general if you like.
Right. Not sure how to summarize this then, but that the board directs staff to award the contract for the CDCC stair canopy to ZKO Construction for $214,733. Further, the necessary project costs $249,388 be included in the 2025 financial plan for service 224 recreation facility requested for A, B, and C for the East Stairwell cover project.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
Okay. Next is that the board directs staff to enter into a 5-year agreement with the Preston Birdie Club beginning on October 1st, 2024, 5 years. And further, that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Vandenberg, Tierney, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Lastly, then, that the board directs staff to enter into a 5-year agreement with the Preston Birdie Club beginning on October 1st, 2024 for the use of the curling lounge and storage at the CDCC. Further, that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
That's redundant.
I did note that, but it is a bit different. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Discussion? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So I have to make apologies. Generally, if we want to do a change up, I notify the board chair. So this is a committee recommendation. Following review of the minutes, I think there's an ambiguity that could get us stuck for 2% increase. So because it's committee, I'd like to move the recommendation as per the agenda. That's what my peers agreed to. Then in chat, I have a slight rewording that staff have agreed to clarify. So I'll move the recommendation.
I'd rather you just move the motion you want to move and we don't get into amendments.
If the committee doesn't mind. So
Yeah.
in chat. Board approved the RDCK entering into a lease agreement with Arrow Mountain Car Wash and Lease Storage Limited for car wash recycling depot at Ellen Street for up to $36,720 starting June 1st, 2025 for a 1-year period, with the option of 3 1-year extensions with 2% annual fee increases and further costs paid from A116. I can explain the difference in a second.
Okay, do we have a second? Thank you, Daboon, go ahead.
It's where we put the 2% increase. It used to be on the agenda, it could have been implied that 2025, the 2% over and above our already increased fee. This is less ambiguous.
Okay. I'm just gonna check because Uli's right behind you. You're good with this, Uli? You know what we're doing?
Yeah.
And Andrew's got it. All right, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CSLAC, Community Sustainability Living.
Yes, number of resolutions, all of which were very complicated and took all afternoon. Recommended that, excuse me, that the board direct staff to submit an application to the 2024 Age Friendly Communities Grant for Rural Mobility Working Group in the amount of $25,000. And further, if successful, grant funds be allocated to A108 and the previously allocated 15,000 LG cap funding be revised to 5,000. The balance being returned to general administration, and further that staff be authorized to enter into a contribution agreement with BC Healthy Communities should the grant be awarded.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Hewitt?
I guess my only discussion would be through the chair is, can we combine this new resolution with the resolution to change an existing resolution? I didn't think about that the other day when we had the meeting. Can it be embedded in another resolution, or should it be that one pulled out separately?
One moment.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
No, it's through the chair. It's a good point.
We technically should be rescinding the other one.
What's it actually?
Table this.
Through the chair, I think that you will have to rescind 38424. I think that's the better way to go, as opposed to referencing it in this and then just have this motion as a standalone motion.
So should we table this one and then rescind the other one first? And go ahead.
So through the chair, Stuart, I believe we're still on the first motion, which would have been the 458.4. It was a recommendation to amend, and then there was a further amendment, and then it became a main motion. And then the next one was an amendment.
Okay, we're gonna table this. We'll come back to it after lunch. What's the motion for that, Anne?
To move and second postpone.
Move and second postpone this motion, please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Director Hewitt. Good catch. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So staff will work on that. When we come back after lunch, we'll get it straight. The second motion is okay?
It will be for both of them.
Oh, we have to do.
No, second motion through the chair is a different matter.
It's community works funding increasing.
Yeah.
Go ahead on you don't have to read the whole thing, just read what's been amended. Essentially, you're increasing the grant from 60 to 80.
Correct. Increase the grant from 60 to 80 as written for 385.24.
This is for the Ymir watershed, because that's play with the original names. Funded for NAPA asset management via Area G. Director Cunningham, do you second that?
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that one goes through, this one's tabled. Thank you. Joint Resource Recovery Committee. Jackman, you shared that one.
Yes, yeah, thank you. So there's 5 recommendations. First 2, I think have to be individual, and the last 3 hopefully will be a block. That's somebody like me calls for division. So the first one, both board authorized staff to draft an amendment to the resource recovery facilities bylaw 2905 to incorporate the relevant wood waste definitions under this.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Newell. Discussion. Papa.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that during our committee meeting that we had is I queried about these bylaws being there, but they're in draft form. When we have our budget meeting for the West Resource Recovery, we can make our changes to that draft bylaw.
Yes. Generally what draft means, so that's good to point out. Thank you. You spent over an hour discussing it, I believe. So I think we're good to go. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Second one, a little bit similar. Move the board authorize staff to draft 2 amendments to the resource recovery, 2 amendments to the facilities regulatory bylaw 2905, updating 15 fees to align with the cost of recovery objectives on a 5 and or 3-year schedule.
Thank you. Seconded by Newell. Discussion. These are draft. You will discuss them in your committee meetings.
Just the same comment as I did on the last recommendation.
Got it. They're reply to all the recommendations. They're draft. You'll have budget meetings to discuss them in detail.
Right on.
Thank you. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And just if I could check through Chair CEO, can we do the 3 financial fund amendments as a block? All vote weighted.
Sorry, those working on the community sustainability motion. Yeah, through the chair, those can be moved as a block.
So move the 3 amendments. The one is financial plan for this region, decrease repairs and maintenance, and increase capital expense account by 18,170. The second one is financial plan amendment for central subregion to decrease proceeds from financing by 248,395 and to increase transfer from reserves by the same amount. Third one is financial plan amendment, central subregion to increase transfers to other services by 257,000 and increase the transfer of other services.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. Membership can also be a block, I believe. That's all one vote.
It's
One motion. My apologies. Okay. We would like to move that.
I'll move that with a slight amendment.
One moment. Oh, moving with an amendment. Move. What are you changing?
With the amendment, it's pertaining to the South Sudan Water Service Committee.
Mm-hmm.
The term expiring December 31st, 2027 should be December 31st, 2025.
That's only 1 year?
That's right.
And is that actually the terms for that commission?
Through the chair, no, that is not the term, but Director Popoff did identify that his whole committee will be expiring in 2025 and it will just be staggered or the term of 3 years.
So it's being moved with the last membership being changed to 2025 as the expiry date.
That is correct.
Okay, do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for your director's report. Yeah, we're about to get into our external committee, so let's take our quick morning break. And if you have not determined someone to nominate you and you want to be on a committee, now's your chance. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, directors, I'm going to email out 2 motions for item 3.2.9. That'll, when we pull it off the table, it'll have to be read. So basically what we're doing is amending a previous motion.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. Let's just see, we've got Director Paisley, and can you shut that door, Director Cunningham, please? Thank you. And we do not have David off, do we?
Correct. No.
Okay, thank you.
Or Tierney, he's in the room talking. That's right.
Oh, that's who's talking out there. Okay. Thanks, Director Cunningham. All right, so we are into our 2025 appointments, external committees. This is item 3.5. The first section are the organizations in good standing, meaning we do not have to renew or make any appointments to those. And then you'll see the policy was attached, just so you understood the policy in which you are following when you're appointed to an external committee. And we will start with 3.5.1. Cascaron District Public Library, who would like to make an appointment?
Oh, I will.
Go ahead.
Walter. Yep, Terry Dearly.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Sure, these roll.
Sorry.
Yep. Central Kootenai Food Policy Council. So with these ones, when you're nominated, I will ask if you accept, and I'll go through to see how many nominees we have. Hannah.
Nominate Kelly Vandenberg.
Kelly Vandenberg, do you accept?
I do.
Okay, thank you. So put that first name down. And further nominations.
I'll nominate Aiden McLaren Co.
McLaren Co, do you accept?
I do.
Okay, Lockwood.
I'll nominate Penny Hennegraff.
Okay. And
can I accept as the alternate?
You
like,
sure
if someone
can.
else wants it, please say so.
Okay.
I'll do it only if nobody else wants to.
Okay. So Hennegraff under the alternate. Are there further nominations for this council? Looking around, checking online. All right, that one's pretty clear. Now I will take a motion to appoint Vandenberg, McLaren Co, and Hennegraff as alternate to the Central Kootenai Food Policy Council. Thank you, Jackman, Hewitt. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Good work. All right. CBRAC, Columbia Basin Regional Advisory Committee, opening up 4 nominations. Hennegraff.
I'll nominate Teresa Weatherhead.
Weatherhead, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you. Weatherhead.
I'll nominate Wayne Hangraff.
Director Hennegraff, do you accept?
I do.
Thank you. And next?
For the Duncan Reservoir, I'll nominate Garrett Jackman.
Jackman, do you accept?
I would, and I think I could represent Duncan reasonably well.
Yes, thank you. All right, are there further nominations for this committee? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to appoint Weatherhead, Hennegraff, and Jackman to CBRAC. Thank you, McLaren Co. Lockwood. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Okay. We're on 3.5.4, Kazan District Community Forest Society Board. I'll appoint this one. This is Area D, and I do apologize. I was able to confirm Sarah Sinclair. I will appoint. Do you second that? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Sorry, Andrew, I meant to tell you I confirmed that one. Okay. Municipal Finance Authority.
I'd like to nominate Director S. Hewitt.
Director S. Hewitt, do you accept?
I do.
All right.
And I would like to nominate Director Newell as alternate.
And Director Newell, do you accept that?
Yes.
All right. Further nominations for MFA. Looking around the room, checking online. All right, I'll take a motion to appoint Hewitt as the primary and Newell as the alternate to Municipal Finance Authority. Jackman, DeBoon, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And MIABC, Municipal Insurance Association of BC. Nominations. No.
Director Page.
Director Page, do you accept?
Yeah.
Thank you. Further nominations. Me.
Director Kearney as alternate.
Director Tierney, do you accept?
I do.
Okay. And further nominations.
Stuart Horn is alternate.
He doesn't get a nomination from us.
Sorry, man.
He appreciates it. Further nominations of elected officials? All right, I'll take a motion to appoint Paige with Tyranny as alternate to the Municipal Insurance Association. Thank you, Jackman. Lockwood?
Can I just
Yes.
ask a question?
Sure can.
But he's in the motion to make sure that we have, okay, I just want to make sure that, just because he's written in, I want to make sure that
Yeah.
he's in the motion. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carrie, can you just tell us who you are on that board and how that works?
How this works?
Yeah.
Well, through the chair, the reason that, because I'm on the board, so I'm at the AGM every year, and a lot of local governments do this because of your schedules at UBCM. When you're at the AGM, we've had trouble in the past meeting quorum. I don't think we're gonna have trouble. Last year at the AGM, we actually reduced quorum to 40% of the members, but when it was 50% of the members, that was 87 local governments had to be represented in that room, and it was usually 5 or 10 minutes into the meeting when we get quorum. So a lot of people appoint a staff member as a second alternate to ensure that someone's present to vote.
Are you chair?
And I'm the chair of the board this year as a claim chair.
That was what I was getting to say.
I think we can support him.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much. Okay, Regional Agricultural Liaison Services Steering Committee. I am grateful that we've sorted that out. And I see you, Tierney Vandenberg. We sorted it out. You're good. Okay, Tierney, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Director Vanderberg.
Vandenberg, do you accept?
I do.
Thank you. Further nominations. This is the steering committee that oversees the Kootenai Boundary Farm Advisors. FYI. Further nominations? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to appoint Director Vandenberg to the Regional Ag Liaison Committee. Hewitt DeBoon, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You're watching chat, right?
Yep.
Thank you. And Selkirk,
Director McCarron, Flo.
do you accept? Thank you. Further is this one or is this, it's just the one? Further nominations for RDI. And for a third time, seeing none, I'll take a motion to appoint Director McLaren Co. Thank you, Maine. Thank you, Hewitt. Discussion. Lockwood.
May I ask a question? Why does it say chair? Is it not just RDI?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, it's Dr. Sarah Breen is the regional innovation chair at Selkirk College. So it's the advisory committee to the chair of her, that's just her position, the chair.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
College. Okay. Southeastern BC Regional Connectivity Committee.
I'd like to nominate Director Jackman.
Jackman, do you accept?
Would.
Yep.
Nominate Director Popoff.
Popoff, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you. Further nominations from the floor? Checking online. And for last time, further nominations? All right, let's take a motion to appoint Jackman and Popoff to the Regional Connectivity Committee. Thank you, Maine. Thank you, Smink. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Trudy, can you check in? What is the status of this? Is this still occurring?
Through the chair, I don't know. I think that
Director DeBoon.
At this point, I would agree with Stu. We don't know. We have had no updates, but I think we should keep it in existence just in case there's progress. And then
Okay.
if there isn't, there isn't.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll take nominations. Vandenberg.
I nominate Director DeBoon.
DeBoon, do you accept?
I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to nominate Director Vandenberg as the alternate.
Do you accept?
I would.
Good work, folks. Further nominations? Looking around the room. All right, I'll take a motion to appoint DeBoon and Vandenberg as the alternate. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Great. Jackman, main discussion. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And West Kootenai Transit Committee. So this one, do we have the specifications on this one?
Director McFadden was automatically appointed as the City of Castlegar rep, and then there's two further directors and one alternate.
Okay, so McFadden's all automatic as Castlegar. All right, floor's open. Hannah
Nominating Lockwood.
Lockwood, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Newell?
Director Popoff.
Popoff, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, further nominations? Lockwood?
Oh, I would like to nominate Newell for the alternate if you'd like.
Oh, sure. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, and Hewitt, I felt like you had, did you want to be on this? I'm gonna nominate you because you're the West Transit Committee Chair.
But you just wanna have an election, don't you?
No, actually, I don't at all. I just think that there's a good, it helps if you,
Point of,
yes.
I'd withdraw my name if, I couldn't understand if Director Hewitt accepted the nomination for alternate or for direct.
Will you accept a nomination for this committee, Director Hewitt?
As a member or alternate is what you're.
It would
wasn't
be
clear.
as a alternate.
I'll withdraw my name.
Okay. And I think just to clarify, you can attend all the committee meetings. You may just not have a vote if the other three are there. Further nominations. All right, I'll take a motion to appoint McFadden, Lockwood, Popoff, and Hewitt as alternate. Jackman, Hanegraaff, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Look at that, I did something without thinking in advance. I'm so sorry, I told you all to do that and I pulled it off the floor, my bad. This motion doesn't require any appointments. It just appoints Yef Melloff. I'll take a motion. May and Jackman, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Parcel tax review panels. I think for East, it is just the East director, so I'll take that motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Lockwood. Second. Thank you, Hanegraaff. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. For the West, we have more directors than spaces, so I'll take. Hanegraaff, go ahead.
I'll nominate T. Newell.
T. Newell, do you accept? All right, further nominations. Hello? Yeah, Hewitt?
Nominate Director Hewitt.
As Hewitt, do you accept?
And signal, sir.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And sorry, what was the second thing you said, Jackman?
Just using hand signals, try not to interrupt the microphones.
Thank you. Further nominations. Lockwood.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this right, is when we have East and West, because we don't have Central, because we're normally in 3 different sections, where's the division?
Through the chair, it's anybody outside of ABC and Creston.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay, and Director Davidoff is not here to accept it, but I don't know how often, because it would be once a year, right?
Through the chair or zero.
Or zero.
It just depends on the applications we get.
Yeah, but I don't think we can take a nomination for someone that's not here. Can we?
I'd like to, not unless he's accepted it
Yeah.
in advance.
Director Popoff.
Popoff, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you. And one more.
Jessica, I'm not nominate. No.
I nominate Director Lockwood.
It's always a zero.
Locked in is.
I think if we need somebody else, as long as there's something there.
Okay, now you're both like,
Okay.
would you accept the nomination, which was first before I nominated Lockwood? Sure. All right, we got it. Jess Lunn. Sorry, Jay Lunn. Further nominations? I don't think we have any. All right, I'll take a motion to appoint Newell, Hewitt, Popoff, and Lunn to West Parcel Tax Review. Jackman, Hewitt, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have.
Chair.
You could?
Often this is when a new parcel tax is introduced into a given area, which we noticed in H. And since F is now part of it, it would be anticipated there might be a large parcel in F that might appeal this. So we'll just wait and see whether that comes to pass.
Yeah.
Any other comment?
Nope, through the chair. It's more likely there's a meeting when there's a new parcel tax implemented. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't need to destroy ballots, so we'll just move right past that.
Through the chair, thanks to Sheree for being on standby in case there's an
Thank you,
election.
Sheree. All right, election officials.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Conferences, so just making sure everybody understands, this says you can go, it doesn't mean you have to go. So this just gives you the ability to, when they come across your desk, you can say, yep, we'll go. Thank you for the EA forum. Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Thank you, Lund. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. LGLA.
So moved.
Yeah, go ahead,
I'd
Cunningham.
like my name removed from the LGLA. I taught that thing many years ago and I don't think that, no, I've got better things to do with my time.
Okay, well, this doesn't say you have to go.
No, but I definitely won't be going.
Okay, so is that a friendly amendment to remove them?
Who does it is not an amendment.
Well, it was moved with your name in it. You're asking to remove your name, so I'm just checking in if that can be accepted as a friendly amendment. Thank you. I'm just doing process, Director Cunningham. I don't know why you have to roll your eyes at me. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Association of Kootenai Boundary Local Government. Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next one? So just making sure we're not losing track. This is to authorize Stuart and the CO. Or, sorry. So everyone knows what motion we're on.
Sorry, Chair.
That's okay. This is to authorize the CAO or the CO to attend AKBLG. It's been moved, second in discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And FCM. Thank you, Director Main. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And again, that the board authorizes the CAO attend FCM. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And UBCM. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so the board authorized CAO and the CO to attend. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You look like you have a question.
I do.
Yes.
And for clarity from the chair, this process that we just went through, I understand it completely. But for clarity, there may be some other conferences, that sort of thing, come available. And I believe that within our expense program, we have an allowance that we can use that's available for that sort of thing. Do you still need to come to board for permission to use that allowance? It's just a process question.
Yeah, well, in budget, we'll review if we're continuing that. That's always an annual question. And if it does continue, you don't need board approval. Stuart?
The chair, you don't, unless you wanted it to be paid for the general fund. If you're using a rural allowance, then no, we don't require that.
Okay, because I was unsure and I
Yeah.
may be using it for shares.
Yeah, no problem. And it will be a rural budget discussion, which doesn't mean we'll continue it every year. So we'll get to discuss that when we get to budget for rural.
Thank you.
Jackman?
If I might, a twist that we've used sometimes is COFI, allow allowance for one night accommodation and the attendance registration fee for mayors, but not for EA directors. So sometimes we've been able to shuffle that allocation to get an EA director there without tapping into other money. So there may be the occasional time something may come to board where we're being opportunistic, but that's pretty rare.
Yeah, thank you. You can also throw in conferences where they want you there, so they offer, like LGLA's asked me to speak, so they'll help cover some of those expenses. So although LGA will be covered anyways. Thank you. All right, we're on communications 4.1 and 4.2. Does anyone want to pull either one of those for discussion? Vandenberg.
I do, but I can't remember which one it was. I believe it's the first one. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, well, if you want to speak to it, go ahead.
So it's saying that thank you, but no thanks in terms of the funding. So what does that mean for us? What is that? How does that affect what we're trying to get from that request?
I can speak to it from the EDMA working group, the advisory committee that I was appointed to, did reconvene yesterday, was the first meeting post the election, which was why I wasn't at joint. And I did raise this question related to specific aspects of new requirements. So I am raising it there. The other option is we continue our advocacy. In that committee, we have connections to all the other regional districts, and we're all carrying the same message. So my recommendation would be that from an advocacy perspective, we continue this advocacy and we work with other regional districts who are also advocating for the funding. And the piece we've actually added in, thanks to Dan providing his insights, is that funding cannot be always like a long, onerous application, because he is spending so much time in grant applications right now. So I just wanted to add that note to it.
Thank you for that, but does your note then cover off specifically does not provide funding for emergency management coordinator roles?
It hasn't been specific to that.
In your eloquently nice way.
No, I was in the committee I'm in, I'm referencing all the new aspects and how burdensome it is and how local taxation cannot cover that. I haven't been specific to that. The committee terms of reference action stipulated we're not supposed to reference funding, and I've been going outside of that. So it's one component is what I'm saying is like, I'm not dropping that advocacy piece in that role, but I would also continue the advocacy as a board and work with the other regional districts that are having the same concerns.
So, and if I may, my final question, I promise, during our budget deliberations, are we going to address the shortfall for the emergency management coordinator role?
I think
it says to me that, sorry, but no, but try again.
I think what we do is we get a motion to direct the chair and any other, the CAO, to continue the advocacy piece. When we get to budget, we have to deal with the real numbers. The advocacy is separate from that. But we continue that advocacy, and if that's a motion to do so, or what's the best way to, I mean, they're saying to continue regardless.
We can take that as direction.
So we would just continue that advocacy. I doubt they're going to change their mind by the time we have to review the budget for this year. But I've heard that, executives noted it. So I think we can talk about different ways of doing it. I don't think we need a motion because we already have it in the queue. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion on that one or the other correspondence?
On the second one now?
If needed, generally we don't have to discuss these, but if you want to, you can.
So specifically for those of you who are really paying close attention to the Columbia River Treaty, they're indicating that on a federal side of things, they recognize that the restocking of the salmon program is important, but we don't know what that means in terms of funding and dollars to be able to support our First Nation level. Is there anything further that this letter doesn't say that I can be aware of?
The main thing,
stay tuned.
The main thing we can indicate, because this is public information, and I'm looking at my two fellow colleagues on CBRAC and the LGC, is that 1 million acre feet is designated specifically to salmon restoration within the agreement for the treaty. So the way the treaty works is you have 15 million acre feet, and it's designated to certain aspects. It was predominantly flood risk management and power. The agreement in principle currently has 4 million acre feet designated to ecosystem function, and additional to that is 1 million acre feet specific to salmon reintroduction. And so they've designated flows to address that. So that's the additional piece of information I'm aware of, McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. Just to clarify, that's in the agreement in principle?
That's in the agreement in principle. Yeah. Jackman, who's also on CBRAC, which is why I'm going to him.
And it'd be short-sighted to think there's not also gonna have to be some cash for that, because as you saw on the US side with the sturgeon, manipulating flows solved part of the problems, but they needed to do real works, in-stream works and other things to have an effective recovery program. Kokanee going to require the same, or salmon writ large, because it's the whole movement. I'm sure there'd be some money, but we won't see that very really. That's all still under discussion.
Yes, and I did send this to the local government executive director for the Columbia River Treaty, this response, because it also came through there in terms of the request for advocacy. The only additional note is Kokanee is not a part of that because they're not in drum.
Yeah, examples, no money, water doesn't help.
Yeah, so no specific funding per se, but as Jackman said, there will be, what we have heard is there will be different financial arrangements post-treaty, and we don't know what those look like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate to also note the pulling of funding from COLA?
No, not at this time. I don't want us to get down a treaty conversation at this time. It is a really important one, and I don't debate that, but that's a whole other conversation. I'd just be cautious of. It's not a correspondence on here. But do note the public information session, December 19th. They changed it and that was circulated to everybody, so just note that. Okay, accounts payable, any questions? Weatherhead.
Thank you, through the chair to staff. I just, questioning sundry vendors, what are we referring to? Is it just a combination of sundry vendors or is that an actual?
Through the chair, mainly it's for our wood stove program. It's for refunds through the rec center for passes or programs, things like that. So it's kind of one-off payments for vendors we don't actually set up in the system because we don't want to go to that effort to do something for a vendor that we're never going to use again. Yeah.
Okay. Further questions on AP? All right, bylaw 2786. This is a bylaw to amend Area C. You would like to make that motion, Vandenberg?
Clarity, first of all,
yes.
The recommendation from staff is, according to the report, is number 1, and that is not to take any further action on the particular bylaw. I don't know what that means. That means that we are, because the option 2 is to amend the land use bylaw and give it third rating.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm unclear as to, and that's where I want to go.
You move the motion you would prefer.
So am I correct that no further action means no go?
It means it doesn't go anywhere. They have 6 months before they could submit another application.
Thank you for that. And so I'd like to put forward that electoral area C comprehensive land use bylaw number 2786, being the bylaw to amend the comprehensive use bylaw 2317, be given its third reading. And
you have that,
continue.
Yes. And I just want to check with staff for a quick moment. Do we have to include other language on that if we're going to third reading? Does this require a public hearing?
We already had a public hearing.
Oh, my bad. Okay, thank you. So we're good with that motion?
I will second it. I have a question.
Okay, seconded. Go ahead.
Continue reading it full.
Stuart.
Through the chair, if Director Vandenberg moves this motion as it's written in the report, there is no discussion because it's being adopted.
Oh,
so
thank
I
you.
just want you to be aware of that.
Thank you for that. So can you hold your motion?
Sure.
We'll allow discussion and then we'll come back because we don't discuss adoption. Thank you, Stuart. Gary, Jackman, sorry.
So long as you say Gary with 2 R's, I don't mind.
Actually, yeah.
CEO brought up a really good point the other day in conversation about moving to public hearing and where that in the mind of the public, the taxpayers and the applicants may signal that we now will put greater strength on the public. And to me, that kind of said that we know that there's a path within our land use planning, that kind of realm, where this could be acceptable, but now we're putting it to the public, where the greater strength of the response will come from. And the words in good faith were used. And whether that applies here or not, I think in good faith, we put this to a public hearing. 0 attendees, a few letters, I read them all because it was easy. And they seem tangential to the actual land use. So I didn't see public resistance in terms of allowing a particular community group to have an amenity that maybe they couldn't find something in town of Creston. I don't know, affordability, whatever. So in good faith, why did we go to a public hearing if we were not going to use the outcome of that public hearing as the determinant to change our mind? Or why did we go to public hearing if we thought from a planning perspective this was not viable? In good faith, I think Director Vandenberg's doing the right thing.
The chair, it's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think for the rest of the the table at Rural Affairs, we were discussing the option of going to a public hearing or taking no further action. And Stuart's response to the difference was, well, if you're going to public hearing in good faith, you are going to be acquiring that information to then influence your decision. And so that's the good faith component Director Jackman's referring to and is actually being played out right here. Stuart.
And through the chair, just on the motion, as Director Vandenberg is moving option 2, third reading should be moved separately and then adoption.
So we could have discussed after third
We could have discussed after third reading.
reading. Okay, so move your third reading.
I will, and I have.
I will second third reading.
Okay, so now it's on the table. It is third reading. We can discuss it. My bad. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now adoption, which won't be discussed. Go ahead.
And so now that we will adopt bylaw number 2786, being a bylaw to amend the comprehensive land use bylaw 2317 and hereby adopted.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Yeah, that's a part of it.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Good to clarify because we've been abbreviating. Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. That's what you were catching?
Yeah.
Thank you. Great teamwork today. Okay, so not that motion. You're catching this. Thank you. All right, procedure bylaw. I was the one that requested the additional change. Thank you so much, Angie and Mike. We had a point of privilege defined. I wanted a point of order defined as well, because we do tend to use those, but not always appropriately. So that was the additional change to what you saw in the original published agenda. We do also note that during the period of response from directors, there was 0 response. So staff felt like they were ready to move forward on this, and that's why it's in front of you. So I'll open it up to you.
I will move the first motion. Read by third time by content to repeal and replace.
Thank you. Seconded. Discussion. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Adoption.
And just before that, I just want to check Director Kaisley. I really appreciate your camera on again. If I happen to miss you because you're the only one online right now, do just unmute. Just because I'm looking at the table more today. Are you good to go? Okay, thank you. Making sure I'm not missing you on anything. And Director McLaren, Vice Chair McLaren is watching too. Thank you. Adoption. Moved. Who seconded? Do it. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, area I, Director Hanegraaff, I believe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Kootenai Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2932/2024 being bylaw to amend the Kootenai Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Bylaw number 1157/1996 is hereby adopted, and further the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And that the Regional District of Central Kootenai Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2931/2024 being bylaw to amend the Regional District of Central Kootenai Zoning Bylaw number 1675/2004 is hereby adopted, and further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Maine. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Area F.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You sure can.
Is that one motion or is it 2 motions? Like, do we move third reading and then move no adoption, or just all together?
It's
all together.
Okay, good. So this is an all vote that we give third reading to a bylaw amendment, and that adoption be withheld until there's the approval by the MOTI at Tag and Shell for their expansion.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Weatherhead. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 6.5. Can you just give us a friendly reminder on this, please?
So through the chair, if you recall, last month we had motions to amend our fire service bylaws for all of our rural fire services. And then there was also the municipal ones. The municipal ones at the time only received 2 readings because we did refer them back to our municipal partners for comment if they had any concerns about it. before bringing it back here for further adoption. But these are for contract fire services, so Creston, McCusp, Selmo, Castle Garden.
So we can't move them as block because they're a bylaw. And once you get past third reading and into adoption, we don't discuss them. So feel free to ask a question in advance. Jackman, go ahead.
Very general question, I think I asked before. Seems to me that our regional chief and the wording and stuff in here kind of imposes, presumes when we may or may not do an investigation, that kind of thing, that one of our contract partners might say, no, we're doing that investigation regardless. I was wondering, was there ever a conversation between regional staff and individual municipal fire chiefs about if we're aligned? Because I couldn't see how, and I think the comment was made, might have been made by Mr. Dool, that, well, our bylaw might take precedence. I didn't understand that. I'm paraphrasing a little bit as to how we interpreted that. How could our bylaw override what a municipal chief thought they had to do because it's their people entering? So whether they do pre-entry investigation or any other work they need to do to make sure the members they're responsible for are safe, how could we presume to set a standard for them as to what work they would do?
Yeah, through the chair, it's an interesting question because I think that there's definitely a threshold where everybody would agree the investigation should be done in a certain circumstance. Then there's ones that may not have as much of a fine line to it. It's a question I'll raise with the regional chief and get some clarity on. Yes.
I just want to check because it says on the side that Tom joined, but I don't see him on the screen. Tom, if you're there, did you want to add a comment? Oh, you are there.
I am. Respectfully through the chair, is my audio okay?
Yes, your audio is great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Respectfully through the chair, this is a contract service, and so we have a relationship with these other fire departments. But as a part of that relationship, we set the service standard. So we set the requirements in the rural area, for fire protection, what fire protection looks like. Now, going back to these bylaws and why these amendments were brought forward, it's because the Office of the Fire Commissioner and the changes in the Fire Safety Act now require these things. There is now a need for inspection or investigation based on a request. So either by request or by complaint in certain facilities across the regional district and in the rural areas. We were told by the Office of the Fire Commissioner we needed to make these changes by roughly the end of October. We've asked for some further time to consider these things, but ultimately we're going to have to do this at some point. Ultimately, every piece of fire regulation owned by local government, either as a municipalities who are already doing this, or by regional districts who are now required to do this, will have to have these amendments added to them.
Yeah, go ahead, and then back to Jackman for supplemental, then Cunningham.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that Tom spoke very well to the regulatory side of things. But I think I'll still have a conversation with the regional chief because, I won't mention the contract area, but we had, and Tom will probably remember, we had a request from a building owner, let's call them that, for an inspection in a rural area, which was in a contract area, and the fire chief refused to do it. This was before the new Fire Safety Act came in, but the municipality we're contracting with, the fire chief refused to do it. Said, no, we're not. We were required to do it in the municipality. We are not required to do it in the rural area, so we are not doing it. So based on that historical context, I am curious how those conversations have evolved just from a relationship standpoint to make sure that the fact that it's now required in the rural area, we do have that full-on acceptance from our municipal partners that they will do those inspections if they come up and are requested.
So Tom wants to add to it, then I'm going to go back to you, then to Cunningham. Tom, go ahead.
Respectfully through the chair, and the Office of the Fire Commissioner has actually considered this sort of circumstance and situation where resources might be an issue, particularly for some of our smaller departments and in our smaller communities. So they have provided regional resources. The Office of the Fire Commissioner actually has sort of an inspector at large that can be called in these instances and engaged in order to provide these inspection services in our rural contract areas if the site sort of inspection is going to overwhelm some of these smaller departments. So they've already contemplated this. This was initially proposed almost 10 years ago. And after 10 years of negotiation and working with regional districts and local governments and fire departments across the province, this is sort of where the Office of the Fire Commissioner has landed on this.
Yeah, and through the chair, that was the work that I was involved with on the Fire Safety Act working group with UBCM, the OFC, and a couple of other members. That we've already run into some, I'd say, hiccups in the program with other regional districts requesting an inspection, and how it's actually rolling out with boots on the ground with those regional investigators. If you remember last meeting, Director Jackman made a comment about, okay, well, what's the resource requirement on the RD side for supporting those investigations? And the example that we're hearing is that the UFC investigator showed up and there was almost an expectation that there's support from, yeah, you're going to look over my shoulder and shadow and come along on the inspection, where that wasn't what was discussed at the working group. So we're still ironing out those details to make sure that if you're going to support us on this, it truly is the OFC's member coming out and doing that investigation without any support. We've since had a meeting around that. The UFC has stated that they think there was a communication issue in that particular circumstance where they would not be requiring resources except in a very, very extraordinary circumstance where maybe the investigation required the use of an apparatus, so they needed someone to come out and support with that. But they said that would be pretty rare to require that, but their expectation is aligned with ours, where there is no expectation of a regional district resources supporting this program if they're called upon.
So I'm gonna go back to you, Jackman, and then we've got Cunningham and Vandenberg.
So I'm encouraged, CEO will make sure the conversations carry on. We have such good relationships with the municipalities who are able to train and look after people in certain rural areas. I don't want there to be any apprehension or friction down the road, that everybody's clear. Also then, I would like to know later, not now, what does at large mean? Does this mean someone has to drive from Kelowna or Kamloops, or are they actually local? Anyway, that's another question for the future, but I just didn't want to let it go that seems to me there's a conflict, potential conflict. So many barns for oxyacetylene and flammables and stuff that I think the local chiefs might know where they might want to know more and where they might not.
Thank you. Cunningham.
Thank you. This of course applies to the contract areas. What applies to the non-contract areas, the rural areas?
Through the chair, you amended those bylaws last month. Yeah, the reason these ones went by an extra one was for that referral period to the municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay. So to the motions, the first one. Oh, Vandenberg, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Just through the chair, just on process, I have questions directed to bylaw 2982. You want to wait till we get to that point?
Yeah.
Or feel okay?
And I'll make sure, can you just flag that one? So the first one is 2979, which is area G, so Salmo. Do you want to move that motion?
Yeah, I'll move that motion.
This is for third reading by content. Do you second, Cunningham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Very quickly. I know that Weimar Fire Department is totally in Area G, but as Gary said, is the partnership. Weimar and Salmo have actually started working very closely together and doing the training and stuff like that. So they all know that there's a whole bunch of stuff that they need to figure out in this. So I think that the smaller departments are feeling some pressure on all of this that's being brought down on from the government, but they are aware.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next is for adoption, so no discussion. I'm gonna move that one as well, Director Lockwood.
Sure, I'll move that.
Thank you. Second, Director Cunningham.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I think it's fair to note that all the departments in our region are feeling this.
Mm-hmm.
We're all pretty small. Area K.
I will move the motion as written.
Thank you. Do you second, Director Weatherhead? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption?
So moved.
So moved. Thank you. Second? Thank you, Weatherhead. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And area J?
Reading for Fairview.
Thank you. Thank you, Gogo. Hi, Gogo. Sorry, I haven't said hello to you. Hi.
That would be Beagle, just Bogle.
That would be Vivogo. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried and adoption.
Yeah, move adoption for
Thank you.
Fairview.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and I believe this is the one. Nope. Yep, this must be you, Vandenberg. You have a question? 2982.
It is, and through the chair, as I review the bylaw and note the responsibilities, what caught my attention was the ability to do extrication and that sort of thing. Then it led me to understanding that we have a Jaws of Life bylaw. So my question is, how many bylaws that are attached to this bylaw and like Jaws of Life, is Jaws of Life kind of an anomaly to this particular bylaw that spells out roles and responsibilities? Or is there a number of bylaws that influence or are a part of this approval?
The chair, I don't know if Tom's got a way to succinctly answer that. I'd say that yes, we have a number of fire service bylaws. They are interconnected. We've got our service establishment bylaws, obviously. We've got our fire regulatory bylaws. We've got our regional fire service bylaw there. You know, Jaws, I'd say, is definitely an anomaly because it's an outdated term that we're trying to change as we amend that. So as we're working through some bylaw changes for that service in Area A particularly, and I think as we move through that, we will start to rename the bylaws and define them appropriately. But there definitely is links because each service has to establish their level of service. Are they, if fire service is doing first responder service, we need to have that established in the bylaw. With respect to the Jaws of Life service bylaw, because the service for A, B, and C is actually not provided within that service bylaw, if that makes sense. It's provided by other services. So we've got, and I say this right now, Riendell coming in, we've got Yak supporting, we've got Creston Fire supporting. So there actually isn't a direct service for that. It's almost like an internal contract and external contract service. So then there's that branches out as well. And that's what we're trying to kind of solidify, what services are provided through that. I can't even, first responder and road rescue. That was the term that I was looking for. So the first responder, road rescue services, how are we defining those service boundaries and what's the expectation on the public as well with respect to what service is being provided? That was probably long-winded and I lost you along the way.
No, you did not.
Okay.
And if I may respond to that, thank you for that, because we will be having an opportunity to discuss exactly this in an upcoming Valley Services, but this is great context. My idea is that if we can do this, I think that's a lot more efficient, but I need to understand that first.
Yeah, and through the chair, it's difficult. As some new directors have been in the chair for just 2 years, it's amazing because of the size of our organization. This would be the first time you'd see an amendment to this bylaw, right? In the context of it, it's not something that you see every meeting and you're reminded of how the services work on an ongoing basis. So I think we have to be cognizant of that as well, that sometimes there's, 2 years in, you're still getting something that you've never seen before.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got you, Cunningham. You wanted to move the motion? Okay, second to Boone. Cunningham, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. How is this proposal different than the one, say, that services our area, where we have a rescue, Jaws of Life bylaw and operation, but however, we also have a society that basically operates behind it because the government will fund road rescues and Jaws if you have a society. So as soon as the sailboat crew leaves the fire hall and it's on a rescue service, they ask for a number from the province as an emergency number, and all the firefighters and the units and everything are all paid for extraneously. And a good portion of our budget comes from the province, and we, Area G and Selwood, throw in $10,000 or $20,000 a year basically to maintain the society, to maintain the service from our point of view, but the funding in general is from. Is that the same kind of thing that we're talking about here?
Through the chair, we are, however, we cannot apply for that funding.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. That's right. That's what I applied. That's why we have a society to do this.
So there is, I want to be careful. and I get why you're asking. So search and rescue is what Jaws of Life tends to be one of the leveraging funds. And that's what, like, we have a Jaws of Life service in Caslon D, and it's given to search and rescue. Who does road rescue? Road rescue for most fire departments are within the fire departments. So in GM Selmo, they have search and rescue. So there are different ways of doing it, and that's what's being identified here. We do have to be cautious because that is not what we're doing with this motion right now, but we can flag it. And specifically with Crescent Valley Services, by all means, you have a great committee to dive deep into how that works in your area. They are done differently. And if you have a search and rescue society, there is other funding available to them. So on the motion, further? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, and for adoption.
Tom did have his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Respectfully through the chair, I'll bring it to Crescent Valley Services Committee where it'll be a much more prolonged discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay, let's do these two. Central. Would like to move that motion.
I'll move, that's 6.6.
Yes, thank you.
Bylaw 3.0. I will, sorry, I just bring it up on the screen now.
No problem.
And because we've got two and one's, so we'll move the first recommendation, which is the 3 readings. It's the borrowing.
Thank you. I'll vote weighted. Second. Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion.
Everybody get what we're doing here?
Everybody know what this is?
Need a reminder of the process at all?
Looks good.
Okay. Do you want to say it? Do you want me to remind them? Okay. So Resource Recovery Plan approves the long-term borrowing over the course of that plan. So that's the public process for the long-term loan authorization. Previously, you would have adopted the loan authorization bylaw, which basically has the lump sum amount of the borrowing. Now, in order to manage cash flow and make sure we're not paying interest on funds we're not using, you can break up that loan authorization bylaw, say it's for 5 million, and you can do it in chunks and security issuing along the way. So you don't have to pull everything at once for, say, a year or 2 year project. You can do it over the course of up to 5 years. So from the date of the loan authorization bylaw, you have 5 years to use all that borrowing. Otherwise, you got to start the process again.
Hey, Ed Cunningham.
Thank you. With regards to borrowing, if I may, and I understand it, when the rates change as they did yesterday, before, how quick is it before you have a big response?
Through the chair, on the short-term borrowing, very quick. On long-term borrowing, loans are essentially refinanced every 10 years. So the interest rate you start with, you pay for the first 10 years, and then there's a refinancing which can go your way or not go your way, depending on what's happening at the time.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, carried, and the next for adoption.
I'd like to move adoption.
Thank you. Second, thank you, Paige. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. I saw your note, Vandenberg, but I'm actually going to rearrange the agenda. What I want to be able to do is we have long-term service awards, which we do every December. So I would like to actually move public time up so that we can, I do see a couple people online. I see a couple people in the room. So I'd like to do public time, the long-term service awards. If that is done before noon, then we can go back to business. But if it's not, I did not want to overlap into our once a year staff lunch. So does that work for everybody? Do I need a motion to reorder the agenda, Anne, or can I just start it?
Normally, because we have it at 11:45, it's just a change of the agenda, but because we have moved it to 11:30, we should probably move it second.
Okay, thank you, Weatherhead. Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I'm going to start with some folks online just to make sure there's a lot of people online and only one of them is a director. I do see former Director Fost, so I'm curious, Director Fost, did you have a question for us today? I'm just going to give her a minute.
I do.
Hi.
Hi.
Good to hear from you. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, happy holidays to everybody to begin with.
Thank you.
I am curious about bylaw 3006. I think that was a number that you just read out. And I'm wondering if the adjustments at the Nelson transfer station are to absorb part of the incoming recycling from areas E and F. And if so, I'm wondering if there's a similar adaptation going to take place in Balfour. And I'm wondering as well when there will be a community announcement on both of those issues.
So through the chair, I think you're referring to the closure of the Kokanee Marina Recycling Depot.
I am.
And the bylaws for the borrowing do not relate to any expansion due to that issue or due to that closure. And Uli can speak if I'm not being correct here, but there is no current plans to expand Balfour Recycling Depot.
Or to close Balfour, which is what I think she's asking. Yeah. And there was, so with the closure of Kokanee, that was not related to the borrowing for the Nelson. The Nelson expansion has been there, I think, for some time. Uli, do you have further comment on that?
Yeah, as I understand, the Kokanee closure will be announced more so closer towards the closing date, but they are working on the media release, is my understanding.
It's already gone out.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. In regards to the upgrades at Groman, they are really focused around
Nelson.
The lakeside closure and incorporating. So there's currently the design underway, and major portion of the design consideration is how much traffic will be generated, what's the traffic flow, and that. So that's what this borrowing is mainly relating to, an expansion of the site to combine two sites in one. Get rid of what currently is a satellite depot and have a single core depot that we get then accordingly the funding for through recycling.
Did you hear that, Ramona?
I did, and I just have to ask what is the adjustment to Groman, or why was Groman in the question? I was specifically interested in where the excess from Kokanee Park Marina is going to go and how it will be accommodated, seeing as Balfour has already been on overflow many times.
So the connection between Groman and the expansion of Lakeside, I think, was where that got lost a little. And we're
yeah.
Go ahead, Julie.
So the closure of Kokanee will have a minor traffic impact, likely to Lakeside and to some lesser degree Balfour, we assume, but the traffic numbers are not in a way that we feel is not manageable on either of these sites. Should there be any traffic concerns, then we will come back to this group and have the discussion about added hours at other facilities. Like I said, the borrowing is simply around combining two larger facilities with a significant cost savings overall should we have a single location.
Thank you. We're going to keep going on public time, Ramona, but there is quite a bit of past on this in terms of, we just had an efficiency study, and the closure of Kokanee was one of the recommendations that came up a while ago. And so that definitely is more information that you can discuss with Dr. Graham, alternate Director Smink, or send us a note and we'll give you all that other information as well. So are there other folks from the public or the media online that would like to ask a question? You can unmute. Asking one more time, just giving you a moment to unmute in case it's. Oh. Okay then, I'm not seeing anybody online in the room.
I have roughly 2
2/3 of a page of text here, which I want to read. In its
You have
entirety.
2 minutes.
Background, it may or may not, but anyway. Good morning, Chair, Directors, staff, public. I'm Hal Wright, President of Area H, and we are getting familiar with each other. Last month, my request for an investigation into the large buildings being built in Sandon with grant money without permits was further delayed, supposedly because RDCK had discovered that the offending structures stand on Crown land. This was a peculiar response from a staff professional, but even more troubling was the CAO's incorrect statement that RDCK would not be liable because it was the Crown's responsibility, and a professional should know. It was not difficult for a layman like me to confirm that all regulations, codes, engineering requirements, and permits are fully mandatory on Crown lands, no different than private lands. Nothing about this questionable project is in compliance, something that our area director has known for years. On Monday, RDCK staff finally posted work orders on 2 of the 4 illegal structures, and we are thankful for this. It's a hopeful sign of progress. So where do we go from here? How was it ever possible for it to reach this point, especially when it involves large amounts of public money and blatantly obvious fraud? The remedies are plainly obvious. They are already defined and prescribed, and RDCK must now pursue them. My community and I can help guide RDCK to take the appropriate actions if RDCK wishes to stay out of the courts. And this is a sincere and genuine offer. The reason this debacle has ended up at the board level, and I sincerely wish it hadn't, is because our representative has failed to address the serious issues which have led to this outcome. Our director has also entirely failed to represent our community. Instead, he has exacerbated the problems, further complicating issues, some of which are clearly criminal in nature.
Hal, you need to be cautious with your language. You're making accusations that are not. You need to be cautious.
Anybody in here of criminal?
You are, you just did.
No,
You
I'm
just
not.
did.
You want me to reread it?
You just accused him of fraud.
I did not.
Continue, be cautious with your language.
I have this in writing for you to receive after I'm done. The chairperson and CAO have also neglected to address the issues of our director's misconduct when brought to their attention in the past. I ask, do you, all the other directors here, wish to drag RDCK into disrepute by not demanding proper investigation and proper resolutions? And as a final comment, the issues at hand are extremely serious. It may be wise to request an independent investigation through municipal affairs because of apparent conflicts of interest. Our director clearly should not be involved, nor should Director Main, whose spouse is a director on the Sandon Historical Society, the organization at the root of the problems. The CAO and chair should consider standing aside because they failed to take action on the numerous complaints directed to them by our community on the advice of municipal affairs. What do the rest of you wish to do?
So let me answer your questions because I've answered them many times. We took every correspondence you ever sent us to municipal affairs. We met with them 3 different times. I sent you all of that correspondence. I met with the ombudsman, shared all correspondence with them. They all indicated, and I reported back to you exactly the actions, which is everything you're referencing has no substantive evidence, nor are we an investigative body. It would be a biased investigation if we led any type of investigation into each other's activities. Director Popoff, Director Main work for the people, and any other information is in your email from the municipal affairs and the ombudsman. We've taken everything to them, and you've had that response for more than a year now.
I very much differ from your opinion.
I'll resend it to you. The board has it all as well. I've sent it to them when it originally occurred.
You have no idea how many discussions that I have had, which you have not been privy to.
I've dealt with everything you've sent me and I've documented everything and I've returned it to you.
Your choice. Which way do you want to go? Do you want this?
You've asked your question and I've answered it. You can take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Directors, I sent you all that correspondence. It was less than a year ago. I informed you of everything that we brought to municipal affairs, including Hal's correspondence with us. I reported to you on that. I shared it all with Director Popoff, and municipal affairs had no further guidance for us, nor did they indicate we had to take any action, as there was nothing indicated to take action on. So if you'd like me to recirculate that to you, I'm more than happy to do that. I'll include Hal so he has it as well. Thank you. Are there further questions from the public? Anybody else online with a question? Okay, then let's go to long-term service awards. And not everybody is here, but we have quite a list. There's unfortunately a few sick.
You sick, yeah.
So every December we do acknowledge our staff and how long they have been here. So I've got, Carly just gave me the updated list. Is Mike here?
Mike might be online, but he's.
There he is.
I'm online, yeah.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
So you've been with us for 15 years under corporate administration, although that must include resource recovery as well.
Correct.
Yeah, that's where I remember you from the beginning. So thank you so much for your 15 years of service. And I'm sorry we can't shake your hand here and get a picture, but I hope you feel better. And again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. It's the great pleasure of my life to serve the RDCK.
Thanks, Mike. The next one we know is in the room. Pixel 7. Just kidding. Angela. She was on the computer yesterday as Pixel 7, so now that's her nickname. So Angela, 15 years with us in corporate administration. Thank you very much. You do incredible work to keep us on track with all of the rules, and especially as the rules change. So thank you. That's so official. Very official. Oh boy. And look, now he's gonna get our pictures.
Like that.
And Amy Wilson, the other Amy W. We get each other's emails often. If you want to grab her, that would be great. Oh, but you're next on the list.
That's fine.
Thanks. Heather Smith.
We're thinking 11:45, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 11:41. I wasn't expecting us to be early.
So applause for Mike.
Yeah. Okay, I just saw Brian connect, so let's see if Brian is there. You want to turn on your camera, Brian? Hi. Everybody see him up there? If you can wave for us.
Coming in from
Brian's over. He has been in IT for 5 years. I believe you're in the Creston area.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your 5 years of service. I know I've relied on you many times at odd hours to deal with IT, so thank you so very much. I can't shake your hand, but you are appreciated by all of us for your dedication.
Thank you so much.
Amy Wilson. Thank you, Brian. Sorry, did you want to say anything?
No, I just appreciate working with everybody at the RDCK. It's a different type of job. It's not constantly challenging, but with everything that changes and having to stay on top of all of the changes in order to come up with policies, procedures, and support for everybody it's kind of nice, and it keeps somebody on your feet.
Thank you, Brian. Glad to know we're not always challenging. Amy Wilson. Come on up. 15 years. I read these and I think, oh my goodness, we're aging so wonderfully. Thank you so much for your years of service. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. One day we might share all the emails we get for each other and how interesting they are. Uli, now it's your turn. Uli has been with us for 15 years as well. Oh, felt like that was longer. Thank you.
We actually have the resource recovery group between Angela, Mike, and Amy, all almost at the same time starting in resource recovery.
So Ange started in resource recovery too.
No, she's a little bit before actually in community services, right? And then you came to us?
Yes. It's an interesting flow, makes me wonder if corporate admin's more fun or something. Okay, and Heather, I saw you come in. Come on up, Heather. So Heather, and I haven't been saying, we assume we know who everybody is, Manager of Finance, Heather Smith. And it has been, how many years for you? 10 years.
10 years.
Thank you so much, Heather, for your service.
Thank you.
I will give you that.
Thank you.
Everybody's favorite part. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. And, okay, let me just check these off. Mike, and Amy, Uli, Heather, Nelson? Is Nelson here? Nelson, are you online? Oh, no! That was a good shot. Nelson White. It's only been 5 years?
I think it's excessive.
Thank you so much for your service. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are all the folks that were attending, and now I'm going to read off the ones that are not attending because they are not well. So we have Joe Curico, who has been with us for, anyone want to take a guess?
35.
30 years.
The life sentence, Chair.
Could be. So, and Joe is not online because he's not well, I believe.
It takes a lot for Joe not to attend. He's not well.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you to Joe. Haley Peterson from Building Admin, Development Services and NACUS. Are you online? I think these are all ones I'm just gonna read because I think the indication was they're not attending. Okay, so Haley has been with us for 10 years in the building department. Marty Benson, I think a lot of us know him, Human Resources Advisor for 10 years. Fernando Stewart, how do you say his last name?
Sorry?
Fernando?
Drivik.
Thank you. In IT for 10 years. Alexandra. Thank you. Alex, 5 years in development services. Shelley Kindred, 5 years in development services. Russell Archibald, he's a driver foreman in environmental services for 5 years. Dana Hawkins, 5 years, and she's one of our planners. Eric Blow, an aquatic leader, he's 5 years. Mike Broman, facility operator in Nelson for community services for 5 years. Howard Semp at the Ryandell, maintenance worker for 5 years. Gord Island, he's an assistant fire chief in Passmore, 5 years.
Longer than that.
Okay. I thought I'd seen his name for quite some time. Christy Cole in technician for Water West Environmental Services for 5 years. Jen Small, customer service, community services for 5 years. Quinn Johnston, maintenance operator, community services in Castlegar, 5 years. And sorry, Jen was also Castlegar. And Amy Beth Prior, aquatic leader, community services, Castlegar for 5 years. Thank you to all of our staff. You were. Pardon?
You missed Megan Phillip.
I don't have a Megan on there.
10 years.
Sorry, I'm using the list that was given to me. Okay, Megan Phillip, 10 years lifeguard supervisor. Thank you. got missed somewhere, but thank you for catching that. All of you work very hard, and they are the people at the front lines oftentimes. So it's good. I appreciate those that could come in today, and we can see, we tend to know most of you, but not all of you. So thank you to all of your service. All right. So can I hand these back to who wants to take these to staff? Thank you, Stuart. Okay. All right, folks, we have 10 minutes before lunch with staff. We can either break now or we can do an item of business. What's your preference? Is lunch here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's break for lunch then. Okay. What was that, Tom? Okay, we're gonna recess for lunch. Sorry you're not here with us, Director Casely. I hope you get to have a good lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. Oh, but it's not sure it's working. Welcome back. Now I'm just going to turn on my video. Okay, folks, we are back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. I hope you're able to, what's that word called? Social with the staff? Yeah. And say hello. That word. So we are on item 7.1.1. This is the agreement with Central Kootenai Food Policy Council. And I'll go ahead, Director Vandenberg, what I was indicating. Director Vandenberg has proposed a motion for this, so that's why I was directing this at him. Amendment, yeah. But this is for the whole table. There is the option with the two 7.1.1 and 0.2, both agreements. We could move those to be a part of our budget deliberations at the special budget meeting. I just wanted to highlight that because oftentimes when we get into these, they're always draft. Everything is draft until the budget is adopted in March. But oftentimes we'll get into a back and forth on, well, what's happening with this and what's happening with that, which is important context to approving something in a budget. So I was just saying that that is an option that you could refer these to the special budget meeting, and then we would have all the budgets we would have reviewed by then and broader context. So that would be a suggestion, but I'll go to you to see if that
Well, I
makes
think
sense.
in all fairness to what I'm trying to do here, having the broader context, we're a little bit limited to have that discussion here. Maybe it is better to refer this one and the next one, especially the next one as well, because I'm actually be directly involved in both of them.
Okay. Stuart?
Through the chair, I think just when you're thinking about referring to the budget, think about your questions that you're asking during this discussion. And one of your questions is going to be, I don't feel like I make a decision on this because I don't know what Service 100 taxation is going to look like. If that's the question you're asking, I can't answer that right now. Yev can't answer that right now. So that's a good reason to push it to budget.
That's not my reason.
Okay.
If we want to have discussion on the merits of the application and conversation around that, that could also be something that's not so easy to do in budget depending on who's present for that. So there are options in front of you. I'm just going to open it up to the table to see where do we want to go. Newell.
Yes, so in the past, once upon a time, we wanted to really do our budgets early. And early would be like before budget season, like committees come with your budgets, like get it together. And then don't dump it on budget meeting, because how are we supposed to deal with it? So I speak in opposition to that move for that reason. Let's put it in if we agree and vote for it. And it will be part of the consideration. And then often we look at things during the budget process and see if we need to reduce things, what is available. But I would, for instance, in regard to the second item on invasive species, I think in all due respect to CKIS, who's worked extremely closely with our staff and devoted a lot of CKIS's time and money to work with the RDCK, I think that in all respect to that partner, if you will, we should let them know that we've tentatively put the money, or agreed to put some money or the money into the budget. But it's, as we say to everyone, it's draft until it's finally approved in March. So I speak in opposition to delaying that. I think our committee should put forward, I'll not repeat myself.
Thank you. So the counter to that, which is another option, is that we discuss these today when we come to budget. Stuart had already indicated that staff can make sure to know what we've added that might be an additional item that is up for debate before we actually adopt. So we can keep track of that, right?
Yeah, through the chair. Well, I mentioned that during the executive committee meeting, but the rest of the board hasn't heard it. What I've asked you have to do is, should you approve something like this in the draft budget, in the special budget meeting in February, he's going to have as part of his presentation. Here are the items you've included in the draft budget that you don't have confirmation to go forward yet, that you indicated draft budget, so you wanted to come back and look at them. So you can see them all as they're listed and what services they impact.
So we can go either way, but first I'm going to get us to now focus on 7.1.1 and not go further down the road of all the different options of budget. Let's focus on 7.1.1. I see Lockwood and Maine, but I did have Vandenberg on the first of the list for this item, so I'm going to go to Vandenberg.
So I put an amendment forward on this motion, and it's simply to support the motion, but keep it to December or 2025 only. and I have reasons, but I have to wait for a seconder.
So in terms of the motion itself, because it was in chat, if you can just read it out and I'll just make sure. Because Ange doesn't have it, but essentially all you're doing is you're removing the 5-year commitment and making it a 1-year commitment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the motion Vandenberg is moving is as in the agenda, but only for 1 year. Ange, do you have that? Is there a second on that? Seconded Lockwood, and so do you want to speak to it?
I do.
Go
Now
ahead.
I'm gonna figure out where I'm at.
Ange
Okay,
has the
so-
motion now and we're clear, so don't worry
All
about
right.
putting it in again.
So this is to do with the Central Kootenai Food Policy Council. I have been a member sitting in that group for the last couple of years, and the group has been in active since 2017. They went through a time of change. There was not a whole lot of activity for the past, probably in all fairness, 2 years. They're in a reorganizational mode. In May, Damon came and made a presentation for us to consider. As an active member, I was concerned about the gaps that were in there and the parallel activity to, I always get these mixed up, to, what's the other one called?
KBFA.
KBFA. They're trying to do the same thing. I just want to make sure that they're not overlapping, that they are in fact enhancing one another. In that May presentation, their objectives for the funding increase talks about focus on climate resilience, water conservation, fire preparedness, and indigenous food sovereignty. All sound great, sound like motherhood statements, but I'm concerned about, is that really where they need to be focused on? Food security, I get. These other things, the motherhood statements, I'm not real sure about. Plus, those are not measurable. And I think that with their objectives, there are some good measurables in there. And now that I sit as one of the members on there, I can be helping with achieving those objectives. And as an incentive, I would like to restrict the funding to the 1 year, keep a close eye on it. Being led by Damon, I have a lot of optimism, but I want to see it first before I commit to a 5-year funding. A couple of those things I believe that they're out of their scope on. One is the whole climate change mitigation. I don't think that's in their bailiwick. In the report, they talked about if we don't do this, there will be some suggestions that there'll be some cost implications, but in the report, they don't even address what those cost implications will be. And so I guess I'll leave it at that. I want them to succeed, and I'm going to help them do so.
Okay, great. So we have quite the speakers list, and again, Dorcas, we did really well this morning. We are now in the crunch time, so I do apologize when I have to tell you to speed it up. I don't like doing that, and I am also trying to get us through everything. So my apologies in advance, and thank you for being succinct. Lockwood, go ahead.
You can take my name off because the question I was gonna ask, he answered.
Okay, great.
Can I just clarify, Chair? So what motion are we debating?
So we moved the motion as in the agenda. The only
With a
thing
period at a.
for 1 year only instead of 5.
Okay, so that's, are we giving them 30,000 for this year?
For this, for 2025. Okay, thank you. So back to the speakers list, Maine.
Thank you. I was going to move that we, commit to that $30,000 and keep it in the 5-year plan. I think it's difficult for an organization like this to function and to plan when they only have money for 1 year. So that concerns me, although I do hear Director Vandenberg's concerns and his commitment to work with them. And implied that he would look at a longer term if they kind of got their act together. So I just want that to be noted. Thank you.
Weatherhead.
Thank you. Through the chair, some of my concerns are along the lines of what Director Vandenberg has spoken of, and also they talk about outdated tools and resources and food directory limitations and to do with their mapping. And I just funded our Grow Arrow Lakes to provide the mapping for our area. And so, this is one of those organizations where I feel like the greater benefit is to the broader RDCK, whereas in my case, it's kind of like I'm supporting the same thing twice, which I'm in two different ways, which I feel like what we're doing in our area is really more, very designed for our area. But anyways, there's a real overlap in there. So I have troubles with this one as to my thinking, would this not make more sense to be funding the areas that it most serves?
So I think from can I go next? Sure. Thank you. Because it's really good points, Director Weatherhead. What I want to first articulate is the Central Kootenai Food Policy Council is a regional based entity. That does not mean that sub-regional or by area specific projects do not also occur. Anytime those are occurring in my area, I'm always being very clear, if this funding is for anything that's being replicated, I review that and I bring that to their attention. With the Food Policy Council being a regional entity, we cannot tell them to be only specific to certain areas. And so the policies go all the way from, they're not necessarily besides land use local, the policy issues oftentimes are provincial or federal, depending on what the food policy is that they're looking at. And so that work is never based on a one region area only. That is policy work. And that's where the difference between them and KBFA, which is on the ground farmer support, meaning you got an irrigation problem, you got a pest problem, that's what KBFA does. So they're very distinctly different. What I wanted to say in regards to the Food Policy Council is we were the initiating body for them because of the agricultural area plan. Several of them noted not just the need for agricultural extension agents, which was what KBFA was, but also identified that oftentimes what we're dealing with in trying to enable food security, which is not necessarily the same as economic viability, is that the policy issues are also an issue, not just lack of supports in the farm. So we initiated both of those organizations, but from a long-term perspective, from a core funding perspective, I do not think it's actually wise to give the premise that we're always going to be core funders, because both of those are not local government responsibilities, but they're important issues to us, and they have been part of either our climate action plan or previous to that, they were actually one of our strategic priorities. And so it's an important piece, and if we were never doing advocacy back to the province on the issues, I would be even more concerned. But as we advocate to the province on either policy specific issues, which the biggest one for us was 10 years of getting the meat inspection regulations changed, which the Food Policy Council was our data piece, and they helped form the briefings for us. That drastically changed what had eroded rural meat production, which was actually a large part of our economy. And so we were able to change that. It took 10 years, but it was the Food Policy Council that did that. So I think the 1 year I'm good with, because I do think this is something that is not our core funding. This is not a core service. It does help them leverage, and I would encourage, if we go this route, to really get them to look at how can you find core funding that you can rely on. No nonprofits generally have that, unfortunately. I did have two questions though. One is, they indicate that the agricultural area plan would be one thing that would be updated, and that is not in our work plan. And I don't know where that lands for an external entity we're funding to make that note. How does that work when an agricultural area plan is very much like our planning documents? So that's through to staff. And the second question I'll go ahead and add in is, would LGCAP funding, would this qualify for that? And I'm looking at Paris or Sangeeta, so go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can respond first, but the ag plan was created prior to my time, so Sangeeta might have additional comments. The ag plan, it is more than a decade old, and what Damon is highlighting is that it is outdated, and there is an opportunity to update it. He did recognize in the conversation that I had with him that it's not his document or the Food Policies Council, so it would be an opportunity to work with us and say, is there something that the Food Policy Council can do to support the updating of that document? So it requires a further conversation with us of whether or not that's an initiative we want to take. But more, it's just flagged as a guiding document for our region that is outdated, and they could take a leadership role on it. The second question regarded to LGCAP, yes, as a 1-year funding opportunity, LGCAP would be a source. We were reluctant to put it as part of the 5-year term because that would be a substantial portion of LGCAP, and LGCAP is, as we haven't discussed at the board table yet, but we're trying to support it for projects and one-off initiatives as opposed to long-standing operational items.
Thank you. I think if I can just ask that when we do the special budget meeting, if this goes through, that we also identify that that could also be through LGCAP, and then we can review it then. It's just good to know. Thank you. And I think I'll just add that with the note on the ag plan, if it is 1 year, I wouldn't have expectations that we would actually do that, given our current planning work plan is more than full. So I would just note that I'm not going to have an expectation that that occurs if this goes through for 1 year. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say quickly, as the other liaison to the Food Policy Council for the past 2 years, I'm quite impressed with the work that they have done, especially for a whopping $10,000 per year. So I'm happy to support the $30,000 funding, and I appreciate the balance that's being struck by just doing it for committing to 1 year, knowing how difficult it is to fund nonprofits consistently, but that's a good start. So thanks.
Okay, we had no one else on the speakers list. So I will ask all those in favor. Opposed? Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you, that passes. Pardon? It was moved as changed, so there's no amendment. So 7.1.2, similar, but this is the invasive species. Who would like to? Director Vandenberg, go ahead.
The board directs staff to extend the agreement for CCAS to continue improving regional capacity. Total not to exceed 15,000 plus GST. That'll be a period of July 2025 to 2026. And they come out of General Administration S100.
Thank you. And the draft plan. Do we have a second? Okay. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And everyone's watching to see if David or Hazley show up online, right? Because I'm actually not looking online as much.
Through the chair, I do not believe Director Hazley will be back.
Okay, thank you, Ange. Okay, so Regional Housing Needs Report. I first want to go to Stuart to explain how the municipalities. So first of all, we don't need to actually make a motion that directs action other than posting on the website. That's the only thing this motion is asking for. So I just wanted to note that, and there was a question about municipalities.
Through the chair, municipalities could do their own thing. So for example, there was not the willingness of the board to do anything yet with these reports and refer this, for example, because I know that was spoken about, municipalities could approve theirs via council resolution and meet the deadline of the end of the year.
Okay, and can you, elaborate also, was the workshop intended to be that you mentioned on this specifically, or just housing in general?
No, through the chair, I think our notes got crossed. I wasn't suggesting a workshop, but during the executive meeting, there was a suggestion that certain parts of the year, maybe half days, get kind of held for workshops during the year so that you actually have a schedule and we can put them in and not try to find dates ad hoc. I was suggesting that perhaps this could be the topic of one of those workshops if the board desired that.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was my bad. I didn't read this note correctly. So that is an option that we direct this to a workshop. And when we get to the calendar, we can further explain how we included those dates. Or we can do the motion as is. The floor is yours. Director Page.
Okay, I'll leave it for aggressive until we have how it works. I do wonder what would come out of the workshop. What would be is up to date in the report in terms of we've had demographic information, have the explanation of the sources and what that has, set a 5 and a 20-year timeline. We'll have to update it in 3 years. I'm a little curious what more would be discussed in the workshop for my own mind.
Who are you pointing to?
Speak to that.
Oh, you, yes.
Yeah, through the chair. I think that the comment I made about the workshop to the chair was kind of halfway through that delegation, thinking it was going to be cut off. It kind of ran its course, so I don't know the answer to that question. If there's a direction to take a deeper dive on the data, because that seems to be a sticking point for a lot of you in terms of the accuracy of it, we could definitely take that direction and then bring the report back with that data updated. if that was a concern around that. The answer is I don't know at this point what the workshop would be, because I don't think it would be necessarily even a couple of hours. I'm not sure you've got that much.
So I want to answer your question a little more. The biggest issue has been data, and predominantly in our rural areas where the information being provided is not by some recognized as actually accurate. The timeline, which was a response the consultants were able to provide to us in between the actual workshop and when we received this, the timeline was a big factor. The actual way they have to do this is also a factor. So the suggestion of a workshop, thank you, Stuart, for clarifying, was just if we had to cut them off, we wanted to make sure we knew we had space to dive into this.
Sure.
I don't know that a workshop is going to address if the province prescribes which data is used and how it's used. But the workshop, if the board chooses to do that, could help illustrate how do we use this information or how do we make it better. So it's still up to the board, but that is what I heard this morning as ways that the reports themselves do not, from some directors, appear to be accurate enough to be used. So supplemental, and then we'll go through the speakers list to me.
Then I would just suggest, if we do end up having more workshopping on this conversation, is some of those data conversations are going to be about, is it Nelson or Nelson and Area E? Some of them wash away when you just pull out a slight amount, and that we focus on what will we be doing with the data on the other side. Like, we can quibble over scale and severity, but I think in a lot of these situations, it's about how action is delayed in implementing changes around land use, around access to pre-development funds, around support for different kinds of density and infrastructure and all of that. And when it gets, and we're going to get stuck trying to get really, really precise data, when both sets of data at the end of the quibbling comes and tells you really need to be moving more and taking additional actions, or you need to be ensuring other levels of government are moving more and taking actual action. So I think part of a workshop is what would happen once we know that this is truly the need. What will we do about it? We'll get stuck too long trying to figure out if it's 19 or 20 people.
So we have 6 speakers. Again, the motion for this, can I give it to that list? 7 speakers, which is fine. The motion for this is just to post them online. There is no action that is being directed out of this other than that. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. So Jackman?
Let's just post it online. My thoughts about why would we have a workshop, I'll just hold. It's been discussed already.
Lockwood.
Thank you. I'm gonna speak against the posting online. I guess my instance is that Village of Samo has gone through an incident, as I said, as a report that was incorrect, and we didn't fix it before it got put out there, and now it's coming back on us. And as we have seen, that we have been downloaded on a lot of these things from senior governments, and we're the ones that are having to face this, and we need to push back. And I challenge January 1st, what are they gonna do? Fine us because we didn't post this online? All this information, as the chair said, came from government websites. They already have this information about our communities that is their projected stuff anyways. So I would like Salmo to be pulled out of this if it is being posted online. And this is by my whole council. This is not just from me. Because I do believe that it will come back to us at some point where they've already proven that why are they asking for these reports if they're not going to use them at some point against us? And there's communities that are in legal over fighting against these kind of things. So
thank you. So one of the options, there is no motion on the floor, but if someone moves the option, we can remove any municipalities that wish to do their own process. So that is an option. McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. I'll echo Director Page and Director Jackman. I've worked in this space in my day job and have for a few years, so the information isn't going to get any better. It's not great, but this is the best we're going to get. So I don't see, if the motion is simply just to post it on the website, I support it.
Thank you, Vandenberg.
Thank you through the chair. I guess I'm just gonna echo what I've already heard, and I'm not interested in any further workshop. The data is gonna change at some point in time. The work is done, don't wanna spend any more money on the work. And kind of looking towards more of a regional growth strategy now, I think is probably more valuable. So I'll support the motion and its amendment. Simply post it and move on to the next thing.
Thank you. I think it's good to note that the complete communities, which is just a data analysis to feed into the regional growth strategy, both of those could come back in a workshop form to talk about the combined data. That would be interesting. Okay, DeBoon, Maine, Hewitt, then Popoff, no motion on the floor. And Cunningham, sorry, you're there, I just mixed, you're there. So DeBoon.
Okay, there's two common denominators, no matter what the information is in each report. And one is the lack of affordable housing in every community, and a lack of new development of housing in communities. I don't care what the information says, those are the things that have to be addressed. And I would think in a workshop, I would look at how to strategize as a regional district to start to address those. I look at the 4 recommendations that were presented on the PowerPoint. I can only look at one that's actually actionable. If we just want to advocate for stuff, fine, we're not going to get anywhere. We have to look at what we can do. Where the rubber hits the road is really the next step. They provided us with the information. We're going to let people know this is a problem. They already know that. People tell us that every day. What we have to do is figure out what the hell we're going to do about it and how, because that's what people are expecting us to do. And I think it's critical that we address that in a workshop.
Okay. Maine.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with what Director DeBoon said about what we need to work on in a workshop. I further state that given how incredibly inaccurate the information about Silverton is, and the fact that Silverton Council has not had an opportunity to see the reports, I cannot support having this information about Silverton posted online. So I would make the motion as written, with the exception that any municipality that wishes to not have their.
Can we wait till we're done the speakers list and I'm noting who doesn't want to be involved posted,
Okay.
and then we'll be able to summarize it properly then? Hewitt.
All right, thank you through the chair. Just really quickly, we voted on Tuesday night for posting it on the website made a motion to amend our OCP to be in keeping with what was contained in the report.
Great, thank you, Director Hewitt. Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would suggest that in fact we put a disclaimer on the information saying, although this information is known that there are large inaccuracies in some sections, however, material is posted in the interest that we have some general knowledge of what needs to happen.
Okay, I think that's fair. So when we get to the motion, we might include that. Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With this report, once we post it or whatever, what is the expectation for the regional district to do by the province and by our residents? Do we act on this report and follow up with a workshop and some action items, or we just post the report and?
So there's certain regulations based on Bill 44 that this report will indicate. We just have to show that we're moving forward. A workshop would not do that. It would be updating our OCPs, our zoning, those kind of things. So as long as we've acted on some of those recommendations by the next reporting time, we continue the trajectory we're expected to do. Corey, do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to add a piece of additional information as it relates to the contract for this work. The contract states that the consultant will ensure that all housing unit calculations follow the prescribed provincial methodology. And they have done that in this work. So any follow-on work beyond what is already done with projections would be new work that is not covered under the contract. So I just wanted to make that clear. The upcoming workshop is a capacity building workshop to go over what the consultant has already completed under the prescribed provincial methodology. Again, that's written into the legislation, both the Local Government Act and the Housing Needs Report Regulation.
So Corey, I just need to actually ask the question that was asked currently. That's good information to have, but the question was, what is the expectation from the province once we post this report? My response was that essentially, as we move along and implement recommendations such as updating our OCPs and our zoning, we are following what's expected of us. Is that correct?
I to answer your first question, Director Watson, Chair Watson, I don't think it's entirely clear what the expectation is from the province. In following up with the Planning and Land Use Management branch, they stated simply having a resolution receiving the report and posting it to the website would satisfy their requirements. Beyond that, they didn't provide any additional direction.
So we posted, we've done it.
Okay, so there's no real action that we have to take other than continue on with the planning process that we're doing, and there is no timeline associated with that.
Yeah, I think we're getting into other somewhat topics, but yes, we're achieving the expectations.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm next, and I wanted to provide some kind of overall thoughts and then just some notes. I'm fine with us posting this because that's all it is posting it. I like the idea of a disclaimer, just basically saying we had to follow the prescribed requirements. So that's a good suggestion, Director Cunningham. I am greatly concerned that when we get into the recommendations and action, I am so much more concentrated on our disparity in land use regulations than I am on being the one responsible for enabling housing units. I think in each of our jurisdictions, when we talk about different aspects and what we can do, that's different for all of us. And I need our baseline to get caught up before I could move into an actual, like, creating a service for supports for housing or whatnot. That is well beyond what I feel like we can do at this time. What I do think we can focus on as a next step with this is we do know we have the complete communities data collection coming back to us. If there is to be a workshop, Corey suggested there was one, so let's not get into when or where, but I think there is going to be an opportunity with that complete communities work to integrate this with it as well, and then bring that forward as a workshop to talk about where are we focusing from a regional perspective, as long as we do not lose sight of the planning in those areas that do not fall in densification priorities. So that's my main thing, is like we're getting pushed into directions while still having outdated backgrounds. So I need the outdated parts dealt with. Again, 81% increase in sales in unzoned areas tells me a lot about what's happening when you don't have land use regulations that is directly causing some of these problems. Yeah, Corey, one sec. Now I lost my train of thought. So I think we don't have a motion on the floor, but I'm going to circle back to Director Main. When we get there, Corey wants to say something, but it sounds like the motion you're moving is as is minus Salmo and Silverton. Corey wants to say something. Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Chair Watson. I just wanted to add in that the consultant for the Complete Communities project is also the same consultant that actually created UBC's HEART tool, just as a piece of information. So they can hopefully, through that project, help provide some commentary on that, although it is a separate project, but they do have that background there. So just wanted to add that piece in, just so the board's aware.
Thank you. And sorry, just before the motion, did you say you had a second question, Lockwood? Go ahead.
Thank you to Director Cunningham. If we're allowed to actually post the inaccuracies of stating that there's inaccuracies and that we've used the BC government's methodology, then I would put Salmo's name in it, Salmo's report in it, because then it states that the reports in there could be incorrect.
Okay. So I'm just going to check in with staff, assuming we're going to make a motion that's going to post these on the website. Can you include a disclaimer? This followed the BC provincial government's guidelines and data as required. Go ahead, Corey. Nelson unmuted too, whoever.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll defer to Nelson. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nelson.
Is audio clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, good to go.
What I was going to suggest is whatever wording is put would be done, we'd ask the consultants to provide the limitations of the data and the methodology piece and have them word it appropriately. They're the experts here. They can speak to whatever limitations are in the data piece. And I think they would probably be best able to do that.
So, and just to clarify, I believe the reports already include that as, I recall reading that in the report. Can we just ask them to move that up so it's really clear?
Yeah, I think that might.
Okay. So then I think you're good to go with the motion, Director Main. Go ahead.
Sorry. Let me get to that the RDCK Board of Directors received the housing needs report update, and further that the board directs staff to publish the aforementioned reports on the RDCK website, with the exception of Village of Silverton, Village of Caslow. So you're going to stay in.
Yeah,
Okay.
if they're gonna post that.
Not Caslow.
Castle's good. Silverton's the only one that does not want to be posted.
Yeah, my council hasn't.
Just make the motion. It's okay.
The motion is made.
Okay, so as is minus Silverton.
Yes.
Okay, second, Jackman, McLaren. Oh, Ange.
So through the chair, would it be okay if I just remove the community profiles for Village of Silverton instead of adding it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, further. Okay, discuss lots. Are we good? Hewitt?
I just wanted to make sure that we're in the motion, we're not putting anything in there about the disclaimer because, okay, good.
No, we just asked if they move it up in the report so it's further up and it's seen. Okay. Vandenberg?
Just want to point out on page 5 of the report is the engagement limitations, which is a general, pretty much general statement. So I don't know what people will really read into that. You might want to take a moment, review that so that.
We're not going to do that right now.
I get it, but it's gonna.
It says it. I think that's your point, sorry. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. Mike, I want to quickly ask you if you're there. So directors, note we're running out of time. I'm going to request that we refer the READY program conversation. The other ones are more time sensitive. Mike, can we refer the READY grants to January?
Yes, if you wish, although the recommendation there with regards to updating the policy is timely and should be considered today. So, if we're going to sort of meet the timeline that we've outlined in the report for having all the selection committees in place, really there's some policy pieces that need to be done. So the broader discussion can wait till January, but even a resolution to bring back those policy options would be appropriate right now to keep us on track for the timeline.
So what we could do then, 1 second, Vandenberg, please, is that we can do as we've done with other policies, which is make this motion, but request for directors to submit their input to you and bring back a draft with that input. I'm trying to reduce what we're doing here right now if we're going to get through all of the things in our agenda. Would that work, Mike?
That would be fine. We have a pretty clear idea of the things that we need to do with the policy. It was included in the attachments there, and you can see that it's, it was put in place 15 years ago, so it needs quite a refresh. So regardless of the input that we get, we'll be bringing back something that looks significantly different and addresses the issues that we've identified with the contract changes in this coming year.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Vandenberg first, but what I'm encouraging is that we make the motion, submit our input to staff, and we'll have a broader discussion in January. Director Vandenberg, go ahead.
The board directs staff to update the RDCK policy 300-09-07 to do with Columbia Basin Trust, and further that directors be encouraged to provide their input into this.
I think we can do the motion as is, and then we'll ask staff to send us a reminder email. Does that work, Stuart?
Yeah, through the chair, just that's slightly different what you normally do. Normally you would see the draft report on an agenda, then provide feedback on edits. If you want to have it open-ended where you're providing it in order to create the draft, we could do that. It's probably a little bit more onerous on staff to be able to compile that because they're not working with something to start with. So it just depends how you want to do it. Normally we would bring the draft in January, open up a feedback period and bring back that feedback in February.
Did you want a second, Chair?
Sorry, get a second. And I think what I would like to see is I already have input. I think a lot of us have input. I don't think and Mike, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but submitting input to you now that is still considered in a draft one that we would review in January and not adopt in January, just helps you get it more fine tuned.
Yeah, I would agree with that through the chair.
Okay.
That you know, there's a lot of different processes that we have, so the input will be different from each director depending on the history of their community and how they've dealt with this program. So there'll be a lot of stuff for staff to incorporate. So having that early would be better for us.
Okay, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. And sorry, Mike, before I continue, one more, can you send a note to directors with a deadline on input for you to have it ready for January?
We will do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. And I'm sorry, folks, I'm doing what I can. We have a big agenda to get through. So further discussion? Everyone's clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Mike. Get better.
Thank you.
Yes, Ange.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that recommendation was passed as is.
As is, the second part was direction of staff.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Vandenberg. Okay, the meeting calendar, I wanted to go back to what Stuart had indicated earlier, which was regarding a holding spot for workshops. Do you want to explain that, or do you want me to own that I asked for that?
Through the chair, the executive talked about putting some placeholders in for workshops into the calendar so that you're aware of when we might book something, because it's been very difficult to try to get 20 people in the room on an ad hoc basis. So what we're going to do is, I believe it's the months, I can't remember, is it the months we have C-Slack or don't?
Don't.
No.
So the ones we have C-Slack, we're going to take the morning, block that off for a workshop. So if you want to schedule a workshop, we would have the morning available on the Tuesday and schedule it then.
It doesn't.
I'm seeing grimaces.
It just means that if we don't have a workshop, you have nothing planned. You would know in advance, but we already have a spot that we don't have to do doodle polls. We don't have to all rearrange our schedules.
Yeah, and through the chair, the alternative is the afternoon on months where there isn't C-Slack.
Okay, so I have a speakers list.
Morning.
Let's try our best not to get too much into unknowns and schedules. We were mostly trying to find a spot in the calendar that is pre-planned. That's what we're looking for. Okay, Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I brought this issue up, not the last joint resource recovery, but the one before that was to schedule some of the meetings to either west, central, and east rather than having a joint. And I didn't get a specific answer on that. I was told that bring it up during the scheduling here for the calendar. So I'm bringing that issue up. How can we arrange that too?
So through the chair, your question is, could you use the joint time instead for individual meetings?
That's right.
Then through the chair, I'd recommend leaving it exactly as it is, and you could do it kind of on an ad hoc basis where you say, you know, perhaps the three chairs get together and say, we don't have any joint business this month. West would like to have a meeting. Can we use that spot? I think that's the best way to go, because otherwise if you book a joint and then central, west, east, and you've got business to do in one of them, you're waiting 4 months to have that meeting. I think it's better to make sure that you've got time in your calendar and then you can adjust on the fly.
And can I just clarify, have you looked at the calendar? Because there are West Central and East committee meetings booked in this calendar.
For budget to the chair.
No, I actually haven't been given it.
Okay, so I think what you requested has been included in what we would be approving today.
Thank you.
Okay. Has everyone else looked at the calendar? Do we know what we're looking at and talking about? Okay. Sorry, who is next? Lockwood.
I'm just trying to really understand the calendar. So the workshop, is that the diamond, the blue diamond?
So the workshop is, it is like a light baby blue workshop placeholder. The diamond is senior management team.
Oh, okay.
And so it's essentially the morning before C-Slack.
Okay.
Yeah, so to the chair, 14th of Jan, 18th of February, 15th of April, and so on.
And they're not that we're doing those. These are just, you know, the workshop we just talked about, we have a placeholder. So they're not set in stone. A lot of the times they're going to be like, don't worry, you don't have a meeting. We'll be like, awesome. So you get the reverse out of that. Okay.
Yeah. It's just really hard when colors are very similar.
Yes.
So that's why I was asking. Thank you.
I'm just laughing at that through the chair because we literally run out of colors to use.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this calendar.
Sure, so.
Yes, thank you, Jackman, second. Thank you. Further discussion? Cunningham.
Yes, can we have larger printout?
Well, we used to get wall, you have to specially ask for those now, because what this will do is staff will send us invites, they'll end up in our, go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, if you want one that's big like that guy for your office at home or something like that, send Christine a note, we'll have it available in January.
Okay. Did we take the vote on that? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so that's done. Fire services. Nora, that's why you just joined us. Hi, Nora, can you hear us? Oh, Grant. I just saw Nora join. That's why I forgot Nora changed. Sorry. Nora's not our regional fire chief. Sorry, Nora. Good to see you. Grant, do you want to, we have questions on this one? Questions from the table motion? We're on item 7.3.1. Anybody? Anybody?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you can.
That the board approve the amendments to the 2024 financial plan as detailed in the 3 of the board report, dated December 12th, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Like everybody read that one. Good stuff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Discretionary grants. Who would like to make that motion? 7.4.1.
Sure.
Thanks, Jackman. Do we have a second? Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion? Cunningham?
What's it got involved too?
Yeah.
Sure, I had to look that up. I just looked it up now. And it's like a little mini octagon. That's probably the width of this board table and it's a version of dodgeball that's played inside. And they've got one at Rosemont School and I had no idea what it was until I looked it up there, but that's a mechanical ball.
Thank you so much.
I did not know.
So kids get to throw rubber balls at themselves, smaller area.
Maybe we should get a little children. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community development, who would like to move that motion? Thank you, Weatherhead. Sorry, Weatherhead, did you have an amendment?
You know what? I didn't find it on here. I thought that I would even have one, but there was, it was not added.
Okay.
But there was one, it's okay if it gets approved in January.
Okay, great.
It's fine. So I'll move this.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. You know, it's Christmas when it's that long. Portion of A rec commission, Jackman.
Yes, we have a nice little spreadsheet that has a column of what people ask for and a column of what we approve. All of us missed that we put the wrong column in the agenda before, so this is a correction. So I move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? I will take a motion to, what do we do, Ange? Now we're gonna go back to the C/slash motion?
Yes.
So we referred that, tabled it, what did we do?
So we
Lift it.
Yeah.
Motion to lift that. Thank you. Second, main discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we are going back to the item that was, thank you, Director Hewitt, for sorting that out. Stuart, what did you determine?
What item are 3.2?
3.2.9. So through the chair, I would have emailed you all the motion. And for some reason, I can't find, there it is.
Yes.
So through the chair, there's not two motions. One is to amend the motion that's referred to 38424 from 15,000 to 5,000 in terms of supporting the grant. The second motion is essentially taking out that first and further. As you can see, it's struck out on the email there. So there
I'll
need
move
two
that.
motions.
Okay.
as a block.
Oh, there we go.
Second.
We can move that as a block, can we?
No, because one's
No, because we're rescinding, sorry.
one's an amendment.
Okay, first one's moved in, seconded. Discussion.
Sorry,
Vandenberg.
which one are we going with?
So if you go to your email,
I did.
okay, so from Stuart, we are on the first motion, the resolution being 384/24. That's the one that was just moved and seconded.
So it's $5,000 instead of 15,000.
So through the chair, the two highlighted numbers are the only, you're changing 15 to 5.
Okay.
Good? Okay, and sorry, that was rather fast. Thank you for doing that. All those in favor, you're watching chat. I don't think we have anybody online. Opposed? Thank you. And now the second one.
Motion?
Okay.
I'll second it.
That the board directs staff to establish collaborative working group on regional transportation and partner with regional industry, local government, community organizations, and further that 5,000 be used for
No.
Oh my God.
Submit application to age friendly.
Thank you. Okay, well, everyone else knows where we are. Let's discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Yeah, always keep us on track. I don't know what I'm reading.
Can I ask good questions on that and all that good stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can staff explain where we would be using, like, what is age-friendly communities as rural?
This is under sustainability.
Yeah.
So you're asking, sorry, what?
So this is for age-friendly communities grant for the rural mobility working group. So what is that for?
Can we just send you the report on that? Because we had a lengthy discussion in CSLAC about it, or you can go on the CSLAC agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Rural Affairs Committee, over to you, Jacqueline.
Chair and CEO, report 7.5.
Yeah.
Hey, the chair, mine actually came up already during the meeting. I was gonna update you on the Fire Services Act stuff and my acclamation as MIA chair. So that was it. All I had in open. So.
Okay. I go too fast sometimes. I apologize. I feel the pressure of getting us through everything. So I'm sorry I speak fast. And thank you for keeping me on track. It's team effort. So as chair, the couple of things I wanted to let you know, I also mentioned it earlier, the EDMA working group through UBCM has been reactivated post the election. And so that first meeting was yesterday, which is why I left joint resource. It was from 2 to 4 p.m. I've been working closely to make sure that Stuart and Dan both get all of the information from those meetings, and Dan's been really quick at giving me responses. So I've been able to work with staff to ensure that whatever I provide as input is not just perspective as elected official, but also from our actual staff. So with that, I was actually invited to attend LGLA as a speaker on that committee regarding a regional approach to Indigenous consultation, which I did let them know we've only given direction to do that. We haven't started it, but they were really curious to know more about that. So it looks like I'll be going to LGLA, and I'll work with Dan and Stuart on anything I present there. The other one was, I sent you, I just wanted to bring your attention to the Columbia River Treaty stuff, which I'm not appointed to that committee as chair, but it is a significant piece of work for this region. So I just want to highlight again, I sent you all the links. Please do read it. If you have questions, both McLaren Co and I are on the local governments committee, the Columbia Basin Regional Advisory Committee, which is more about education and providing input, but not so much direct input into the negotiations, is Hanegraaff, Jackman, Weatherhead. So you can ask any of us some questions. Please do the survey. I'll just say that the ability to do the community engagement as intended has shifted. We're still pushing for that very hard, but right now the survey is your best opportunity to provide your input. So please do that. And of course, December 19th is the meeting. And the only other one was I've attended my first Crescent Valley Services Committee meeting when I did the call around to check in with everybody. Director DeBoon, Mayor DeBoon said, please attend our meetings. You might find them interesting. And it was very interesting. And so I'm grateful to do that. I'll attend as many as I can. Not always, but I'll always let you know. But it does help me understand a bit more what's happening. I read minutes, but that's not always the full detail. So if you have sub-regional meetings or other meetings you would like me to attend as chair, just to make sure I understand what's occurring, or if you want my input, let me know. Just give me as much notice as you can. Any questions from you? Did I forget anything? I think I did. Okay. Good. Okay, let's go rural affairs.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm going to take one deep breath and move on. I just added something to chat. It will be the last thing I address because I'm here now. So, rural affairs, we had once again received the number of delegations. The board has delegated authority to receive delegations on 5 of the items. We did have either applicants or landowners whose issues are being discussed to attend. That all went as well as it could. Out of the process, some of those have been referred. 14 of them are on this agenda as items requiring board decision, plus 1. That's the last one that I just put in. So I'd like to leave the explanation for that until we get to the end. I'm gonna double check with Stuart as I go. Some of these, they're a zoning amendment, whatever you want, first, second reading, public hearing, and an appointment of someone to chair. I'm gonna block everything I can to shorten this. So, arising first and second recommendations on here, I'd like to move as a block. They're in electoral area F, Shuffle Myler. There's a recommendation that zoning amendment bylaw 2988 be given first, second reading, refer to public hearing, and then the second one in that block is that block board authorize Director Newell to chair the public hearing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So now the second one that I didn't quite confirm with CEO, but numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all the same issue to do with spearhead, OCB and zoning amendments on the 2 sides of this. Can I do that as a block, including the appointment of chair? They're all bylaw amendments, all the same issue.
Through the chair, yeah, you could do it as a block.
Yeah, so the item 3 is moving the area FUCP amendment bylaw 3002 to amend the OCP, give the first, second reading for the public hearing. Item 4 on this agenda is Central Kootenai zoning amendment bylaw 3003 to amend the bylaw 1675, give the first and second reading for the public hearing. The next one, prior to consideration of third reading for the OCP amending bylaw 3002, that there are 5 issues as listed to be addressed. And the last one is that we delegate authority to chair the public hearing to Director Newell. So I so move as a block.
And just to make sure I've got the numbers, it's number 3 to 6.
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, thank you. As the block. You second that, Director? Anybody but Newell. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one is, again, compounded because the zoning, the OCPs are different. This is where we're now creating the OCP for electoral area I. So again, I'd like to move as a block item 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. All being amendments pertaining to the OCP and the related zoning amendments. If that's okay, CEO.
Yeah.
So
7 to 11?
7 through 11, correct? So
thank you.
First one being Mount Sentinel Area I OCP bylaw 2021. Be read first, second time for the public hearing. Next one being the Area I OCP 2021 as stating that it has met the following requirements for public engagement. And further that bylaw is to be referred to affected First Nations, provincial agencies, and ministries, including the Agricultural Land Commission. The third one being the Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment bylaw 2967, to amend the bylaw 1157, be read first and second time, refer to public hearing. That is the one that is combined with J. The next one being the Central Kootenai Amendment bylaw 2968, being bylaw to amend the districts of Central Kootenai zoning bylaw, be read first, second time, refer to public hearing. And the last one being the board hereby delegates authority to chair the public hearing to Area I Director David. So moved as a block.
Thank you, Hannah Graf. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. It's unfortunate that Director David isn't able to be here today after going through a 9-year process to get this new OCP in place. And so he's asked me to move his motions for him, and I really feel it's important to recognize staff for all the work that they've done on this over the 9 years. I think it's been 5 different planners, switched hands with planners 5 times. Some of them did 2 terms on it. The risk of sounding like prison sentence. But I think it's really important to recognize the excellent work done by the planning department and to thank them through what had to be an arduous process.
Thank you, Director Hannaford. Okay, yes. Thank you. Sorry, can you pass that on to Stephanie? Thank you. All right,
Moving the next few individually.
I haven't taken a vote. Did I take a vote?
No. Oh, yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Agreed for.
10 years later, we vote on it.
The next round 10.
Yeah, okay, yes,
So,
go ahead, number 12.
I'll run these quickly individually, they're a little bit different each. Number 12, that the board directs staff to prepare updates to the policy 3006 community works fund to reflect recent changes to the program requirements and draft be brought back to RAD in 2025.
Thank you. I do want to note, Director Hewitt, sorry, I saw your email on this. I sent her the report. Staff is also going to be putting some kind of briefing notes together based on our discussion yesterday. So that'll be the thing we make sure you get, because you will take it to FCM. Director May will also fill you in. When we have all that, if you want to meet and discuss, happy to on the advocacy piece.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll make sure that when this comes back to us, you're also aware of it, can attend and or read it. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I think everybody knew why I did that. She is our appointed member. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Jackman. She's the elected member. Sorry. Thank you.
Item 13, arising from yesterday, staff prepared a briefing note outlining the committee's concerns regarding recent changes to the Works Fund and incorporating the concerns regarding equity and needs core community groups who provide required services. And further, that we send this briefing note to Gerald Kirky, rep on the UCN executive, and put it on the forum agenda. So,
Do we have a second? Thank you. My apologies. I didn't realize that was actually it's
part of the advocacy, and it's our earliest date is February. So let's do that.
Yeah, no problem. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The second to last one, even though it looks like last, moved it all, again, I shouldn't state it. This request to move that the stipend expenses be paid to the rural directors from rural admin S101 for attendance at the rural planning workshop held December 3rd, 2024.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Weatherhead discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so the next one, Tierney has all the wording he needs.
I put it in chat. I could read it from here, or
it's not the right motion, unfortunately.
Oh, he has changed it.
The number has changed. So I'm going to get Director Tierney to read what we prepared for him.
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Tierney.
Thank you, Chair Watson. This is from the Rural Affairs Committee meeting yesterday. Item 10.1 was referred to January. After discussion with staff, I'm ready to bring this forward, and it is time sensitive. The motion being that the Community Works Fund application submitted by the Yak Fire Hall for their project titled Overhead Door Repair and Heat Pump Upgrades in the amount of $56,884.80 be approved, and that funds be dispersed from Community Works funds allocated to Area B.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Okay, great. Discussion. I spent most of your lunch break working this out.
Well, I'd just like to thank Janine and the rest of the fire staff for the discussion we had and the explanations I received and the effort they made to rejig the ask. Anyways,
good work.
Good work. Thank you very much.
Jackman?
Sure. Chair, and we still have public on the line. We had some in the gallery, and I was going to say this. If you needed to find this on the publicly posted agenda, you would find it on pages 1,117 and 1,118 of the 1,129 page agenda. And for any public listening still or recording this, that is the workload of the day that staff has to assemble and put forward to us typically in a month.
Thank you. On the motion, Newell?
So originally it was for 90,000.
Yes.
And because we don't have a report, I just thought I'd clarify. And now it's 58,000, and yet it is for the same two items.
56,000.
56. Yeah. Is it still for the same two items, a door and a heat pump?
Yes, it is. They've managed to reduce the price.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Go for it. It's Christmas, talk.
Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead, Director Tierney, you can answer, that's fine.
Yeah, basically they found the funds from other areas of the existing budget.
Got it. Okay, so it still might cost 90, but it's different funding in the community works portion. Okay, good, thank you very much.
It was great work, and I did you eat lunch, Tierney?
I did.
Okay, great.
Delicious.
I hope so. I started avoiding that corner because I'm like, good looking over there. Good
I don't
job.
think they ate lunch, but
I hope you ate lunch. Did you eat lunch? Stop? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. And so I have that noted here. Do you have noted for minutes? We got it, motion. Okay, thanks. Okay, I have a motion and I just wanted to check in with you because you said you have been working on this. Do you still want this motion? I don't care for it in any timeline before the 5-year line is up.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm in conversation with the executive director of Nelson Community Tourism. He's aware of the issue that was raised. He's offered to come speak to the board as a delegation at some point in early 2025. Perhaps this motion could wait until that delegation is heard and the plans for the next 4 or 5 years.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm gonna not move this motion at this time and I'm just gonna keep it in my back pocket for after we have a delegation and get a bit more info. This is essentially was just looking at one of the only tools we might have access to is that municipal regional district tax that goes to tourism. And could we use it for affordable housing? So there's more we can learn before possibly moving forward on this and I'm fine with that. So I'm not gonna move my motion. Jackman?
Comment, of course, hopefully CEO will talk to Andy, we'll talk to Jackie, we'll talk to somebody in the cusp. I don't know all the individuals involved there, but it's more than one DMO, it's plural.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so no action on that one, Ange. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I brought a motion forward so that the board sent a letter of support to the Nelson Committee on Homelessness and the City of Nelson for the application to Health Canada for emergency treatment funding for the emergency treatment funding proposal that was to be found in your agenda. Nelson Committee on Homelessness is a table of multiple stakeholders that service the area and support the population that we know needs a lot of support in our days. And so we were looking for, because of course, you know, these issues don't just start where city boundaries began and vice versa. And so looking for that regional support for this kind of programming, which is going to include an inclusion campaign and support for services and prevention healthcare.
Have you moved the motion?
And I'm moving the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Further discussion? The attached presentation was well done, except I could not figure out who the entity was until I saw your note. So that clarified it for me. Vandenberg, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, what is it you're asking for? Letter of support?
Yes.
You're asking for financial?
Letter of support is it. The motion is that the board send a letter of support to the Nelson Committee on Homelessness. So that's it. No funding. It's for them to get funding from an external entity.
Yeah,
correct?
Going after Health Canada funding for this.
Yeah. So the regional district saying, yeah, you go for it. We support you. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Noting Director Page, when we get that letter as a draft, I'll probably flip it your way just to make sure we got the language right, okay?
Appreciate that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. We're almost at the orange. I'll take, where are we? The resolution to close the meeting to the public. Thank you. Second discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to recess the open meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. And we'll just take a moment to say thanks to all of the public who have been hanging on there, listening to our detailed debates. We're going to ask you to leave at this time.
We have 5 minutes for a pit stop.
Teresa, it should still be your job.
Yeah, you can do the afternoon break now.
Recording stopped.
Yeah,
gonna be hands to
10 minutes, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back in camera.
Oh, okay.
We'll do our afternoon break now instead of stopping. Can you mute us for 10, Ange?